Thank you, honorable members. There is time for opportunity for silence prayer and meditation. Thank you. We may all be seated. Thank you, honorable members. Good morning to everyone and greetings to our public, whom they are our guests. Honorable members, I understood yesterday that there is a complaint of members during the sitting. Member system gets stopped or blocked from the mics. I've taken an opportunity to navigate the system further. In fact, the system is just before me. I'm going to Kofoza you when you attempt to speak without my acknowledgement. So it's no longer, I've taken those powers from officials to myself. Okay? So I'm going to Kofoza you, Honorable Kibi. Are we stable? Good. Just a reminder, honorable members, that in terms of the rules, the time allocated for member statement is as follows. Each statement is 1.5 minutes. MEC response to statement is 2 minutes, and the maximum statement is 7, and are allowed under this rule. Are there any member statement? Honorable Kabela? No? You can call. I acknowledge you can press. Yeah. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the royal family, Her Majesty Queen Sekotali, the Amandebele Nation traditional leaders, and all South Africans following the passing of His Majesty King Enoch Makosonke II Mabena. His Majesty passed away on Tuesday, 9 June 2026 at the age of 65 after serving his people with distinction for 4 decades on the throne. His passing marks a profound loss not only for the Amandebele Nation, but also for the broader institution of traditional leadership in South Africa. Throughout his reign, King Makosonke II dedicated his life to the preservation and promotion of Amandebele culture, heritage, customs, and traditions. He served with dignity, wisdom, and unhindered commitment to the well-being and development of his kingdom. His leadership was characterized by humility, unity, and an enduring passion for uplifting his people. As an organization that respects and values African culture and traditions, the EFF recognizes the significant contribution made by King Makosonke II in promoting social cohesion, community development, and the protection of indigenous knowledge system. He championed educational and community development initiatives and remained a steadfast advocate for the recognition and advancement of traditional leadership. The EFF further acknowledges the critical role that traditional leaders continue to play in the struggle for land justice, cultural preservation, and the advancement of African communities. The life and legacy of King Enoch Makosonke II Mabena stand as a testament to these enduring principles and serve as an inspiration for future generations. During this difficult period of mourning, the EFF Mpumalanga stands in solidarity with the royal family, the Amandebele Nation, and all those affected by this immense loss. We trust that they will find strength, comfort, and solace in the remarkable legacy His Majesty leaves behind.
Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, indeed our beloved guest, Koshimukwen, and all members of executive. Honorable Speaker, indeed we welcome the member statement raised by Honorable Mkabela. The King played an important role. At some point, he was in this legislature, navigating, putting the laws of traditional leaders that govern us. Majority of us here were coming from rural areas where there are traditional leaders. As an African, it's always good that when such a demise has happened, we must all gather together, forget of what happened yesterday. We concentrate on what has happened today as part of Ubuntu. From government side, we indeed welcome that member statement, and we wish the family well, and the Mandebele Nation is preparing to a funeral of His Majesty on Sunday. which the president gave him category 1 funeral, and we must congratulate the president for taking that route. That's how government takes our causes serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mkabela, Chief Whip.
Honorable Makhabane, not Mkhabela,
Sorry,
Deputy
sorry, my
Speaker.
apology.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress would like to express its appreciation to the Honorable Premier for his swift response to addressing growing concern around crime, illegal business, undocumented foreign nationals, and illegal occupation of land in the province. The Premier convened an urgent meeting with the Provincial Executive Council and key stakeholders. The meeting focused on different government clusters, including the security cluster, economic cluster, and the local government sector. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the security cluster will reduce borderline crime rate and intensify operations aimed at identifying undocumented foreign nationals. The economic cluster to intensify closure of illegal, unregistered formal business, whilst at the same time assess compliance of shops to mitigate the risk of poisonous food outlets. Local government will pay attention and force and bylaws to eradicate illegal land occupation. As the African National Congress, we appreciate such an initiative and expect that the work of these clusters to gain attraction to bring compliance and law and orders. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Yes, Honorable MEC.
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. We welcome the member statement from Honorable Makaban. Indeed, this matter of foreign nationals is a matter that is on the current news and everywhere. As government, we could not ignore this call from the society. However, we had to put the system so that we are not accused internationally as xenophobia. And our system are informed by the bylaws, the Constitution of the Republic, and all the security laws that relate to these issues. And from that point, we are contemplating having as well a security clusters at the level of the district, where a number of issues are occurring, so that we can nab these issues. What I think is more critical is for us as public, as general, that we must not employ some of them. Majority of these people are employed by majority of people seated here in gallery and yourself, where you are encouraged them to come to the country because there is an opportunity of employment. That's create a problem, and one of our approach is to put a penalty over 100,000 in the event such things person is found outside the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Mashiane.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, honorable members and traditional leaders in our midst. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to draw the attention of this House to the plight of the residents of Skirlek in Ward 29, Doornkop, who have endured an ongoing water crisis for more than 15 years. During a recent visit by Action SA, residents informed us that they currently receive water only on Tuesdays and Thursdays. For the remainder of the week, families are left without reliable access to one of the most basic necessities of life. This situation has had a devastating impact on the community. Households struggle to cook, clean, maintain proper sanitation, and meet their daily needs. Children, the elderly, and other vulnerable residents continue to bear the burden of a crisis that should have been resolved many years ago. Honorable Speaker, access to clean water is not a privilege. It is a constitutional right. Yet the people of Skirlek have been forced to enjoy years of broken promises and inadequate service delivery while waiting for a permanent situation. Action SA therefore calls on the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to urgently engage with the Stiefstede local municipality and provide this House with a clear intervention plan and timelines for resolving this long-standing water crisis. The continued failure to provide reliable water to residents for more than a decade points to serious shortcomings in municipal governance and oversight. The provincial government cannot remain a spectator while communities are denied access to basic water. The people of Skirlek have waited long enough. They deserve action. Thank you.
Your English must cease when I say thank you. Okay. Thank you, Honorable MEC Mashilo.
No, thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Indeed, we welcome the member statement raised by Honorable Mashian. We agree with you in terms of the human rights, the rights people to get water. However, the challenge is bigger than that. Doornkop remains a private area constituted by the law of the country because it's CPA. Someone decided to be naughty, bring people there, sell the stands. When the municipality attempted to put infrastructure, we objected in court because it's CPA. We are still looking at a number of options, even up to including whether we relocate the people, alternatively, we relocate the CPA to alternative area. As for now, we are providing water tankers and continue to provide water tankers. Thank you very much. I hope I've clarified the matter well.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mama at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the ANC welcomes the arrest of the 42-year-old male sergeant stationed at Libombo border post for alleged corruption-related charges. Honorable Speaker, the arrest by the Hawks follows an intelligence-driven operation regarding criminal activities committed at the border. It is alleged that criminal syndicates involved in vehicle theft, car hijackings, and vehicle insurance fraud colluded with corrupt law enforcement officials to facilitate the illegal movement of stolen vehicles from South Africa to Mozambique. In return, the officials alleged received financial gratification with payments varying on the type of vehicle allowed to cross the border without interception. During the operation, the on-duty suspect alleged accepted gratification from an undercover agent. Upon his arrest, they was in possession of money amounting of 80,000. Speaker, the ANC under the stewardship of the MEC Masia remain committed to rooting out corruption with law enforcement structures and ensures that those abusing positions of trust are held accountable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we welcome the member statement. Indeed, as we alluded to the fact that we are resetting the police service in the country, all the rogue elements within SAPS are going to be exposed. We are continuing to work to be on the ground and arrest all those who are found in conflict with the law. It's a work that we are continuing to do. Therefore, we need the support of all honorable members and also the member of the public to assist us with more information, particularly on the side of the police that are conniving with criminals and making sure that they perpetuate crime in the country. We welcome the member's statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of Mkondo Isizwe Party to raise a statement on behalf of the residents of Kanyamazan, especially the area near Gamfine. For many months now, Honorable Speaker, raw sewer has been gushing from past pipe in that area. Streets have become rivers of human waste. Children walk through it on their way to school. Families breathe in the stench 24 hours a day. Flies, rats, and disease have taken over. This is not a minor a minor leak, Honourable Speaker. This is a public health emergency. Residents have reported this matter to Mbombela local municipality countless times. The call center log complaints. WhatsApp messages are sent to ward councillors. The response is silent. Or two workers will come, take pictures and disappear. The sewer keeps flowing. Honourable Speaker, let me be clear on the impact. Health. We are breeding cholera, diarrhea, and skin diseases right in our township. Gogos and children are the first victims. Dignity. No person, no family must live surrounded by sewer in 2026. This is a violation of their constitutional right to a safe environment. Section 24 is being shredded daily in Gwamfine. Municipality failure. Mbombela municipality has the budget, it has the staff, but lacks political will and accountability. Honourable Speaker, Mbombela municipality has failed. It has abdicated the duty in terms of the Municipal System Act. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Well, thanks, Honourable Speaker. We welcome the member statement raised by Honourable Shongwe. We agree with you to an extent that the service must be good, and that's what we are all striving for. However, a number of challenges might contemplate that we are unable to do that, such as the old infrastructure, such as the asbestos infrastructure that require replacement. But of course, we'll do our best in assisting the community of the area to live better, because we need to have a better life. That's what we are all striving for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Cela nimphumuzeni kancane nikeze chair of chairs.
Okay, I will go for you. Honourable Masango, the senior.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I stand on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to deliver a member statement. On the 12th March 2026, Cogstar presented the Section 47 Municipal Performance Report for the year 2023-24 to the Portfolio Committee. The report stated that the upgrading of standard water bulk system is 100% completed. I challenge the department to take one official with me and show me precisely what is completed with the project, and no one volunteered. MEC, you were there also. Honourable Speaker, I personally went there and I couldn't see what is completed. This shows how the department's officials are lying to us as members of the legislature. It was said the project will be completed on the 31st March 2026 and handed over on the 29th May 2026, but nothing until today. The delays are deeply concerning, Honourable Deputy Speaker, given the ongoing water challenges faced by residents of Lekwa on a continuous basis. Honourable MEC, the monitoring of your department is really a worrisome and misleading. The residents suffer the most due to forever incomplete projects. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
No, thanks, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, and to Honourable Masango. Well, the white paper review, we seek to professionalize the government employees so that no one can just lie. But of course, myself, yourself, we can visit the project, we can provide the date and visit the project so that we can come to the proper conclusion of the project. We accept what you have just presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minier Weber? Okay. That concludes our member statement. Honourable members. Votes vote no.
This is discrimination. Honourable Speaker, I still battle a bit with my right eye. I considered asking one of the opposition parties to read my statement for me. My problem is I don't trust them. So therefore, I will try. Honourable Speaker, Mpumalanga's municipalities are facing a financial freefall. They are facing a crisis of fiscal strain and collapsed service delivery. The core crisis facing our municipalities is driven by 4 factors, namely, Treasury says employee costs must not exceed 40%. Our towns routinely blast past this limit. Second, maintenance of infrastructure should be at 8%. Instead, it has plummeted to below 2%. Overtime, in Kwanda municipality alone, fake overtime bleeds around 1.5 million every single month. When Eskom takes over direct electricity billing, our councils will lose their primary income. Financial collapse is imminent. The Freedom Front Plus proposes immediate action through its 4-point plan. 1. Personnel salaries must be capped to Treasury limits. Freeze all non-essential vacancies. Audit payroll and overtime to ensure transparency. Reallocate administrative staff to frontline service delivery. The residents deserve an infrastructure-led recovery. Let us build an accountable, fiscally sound government focused on its core mandate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
No, thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker. When we welcome the member statement, none of your proposal deals with the actual problem. You are too far. The problem is none of what you say. The problem is the non-payment of the services that municipalities are providing. If yesterday they've appointed 10 people and they were able to pay those people, now today the same 10 people are still there and they're unable to pay. We can't reduce that simply because of that. We must deal with the actual problem, as I said, the non-payment. But of course, in our presentation for today's policy, we'll advance the views that the government is advocating insofar as the revenue regime is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honourable members. That concludes our member statement. We now move to executive statement, and I'm informed that there are no executive statements. Then that takes us to motion without notice. Are there any motion without notice? Honourable Mbuyane.
Greetings to you, Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members. I rise to move a motion without notice on behalf of the ANC to appreciate the Department of Economic Development and Tourism in collaboration with Malamala Game Reserve and Innovation Africa for recently opening Rulan Shitakeni Water Project in Bushbuckridge Municipality. Noting that the project is a public-private partnership between the Mpumalanga Provincial Government, Malamala Game Reserve, and Innovation Africa. It was launched to address the long-standing water challenges faced by the community of Rulan Shitakeni. The water project has not only created job opportunities for locals, but it has also provided fresh, drinkable water and restored dignity to the residents and the surrounding areas. Honourable Speaker, we call upon the community to protect and preserve this newly built infrastructure. We appreciate the efforts by government and all stakeholders to provide our communities with access to safe and drinkable water. I so move.
Thank you very much. The question before the House is whether we agree to adopt a motion.
Agreed.
Agreed.
So agreed. Honourable Kebbi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move a motion without notice and express a grave concern over the alarming increase in kidnappings and growing number of missing children across the province. As we approach the end of the academic term, many children will be soon spending more time at homes within our communities. The high sense of responsibility on all stakeholders to ensure that they are protected from criminals that spread on vulnerable children. We therefore call upon the Department of Community Safety and Liaison Security, together with the South African Police Services, to urgently intensify interventions aimed at the preventing kidnappings, locating missing children, and bringing perpetrators to justice. We further call on traditional leaders as the custodians of our villages to work with community members and law enforcement to promoting vigilant and strengthening community-based effort to safeguard our children. Honourable Speaker, the safety of our children cannot be compromised. Every child deserves to live, learn and play in safe, free from fear of addiction and violence. The protection of our children should be collective responsibility, and urgent intervention is required. I so move.
Thank you. The questions before the House, whether we agree to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
So agreed. Honourable Grover Morgan.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby rise to deliver a motion without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Noting that safe, well-maintained roads are fundamental to the economic growth, job creation, public safety, and the dignity of residents in Mpumalanga. Further noting that the R540, R55, and R40 and other provincial routes serve as critical arteries for tourism, agriculture, and commerce, particularly linking the Kruger National Park and other economic hubs. Noting that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it was announced recently that Sandwell has taken over the maintenance of various roads in the province. The DA at the time rejected this, as the DA believed that the department is fully resourced to deal with the roads, infrastructure and challenges. Furthermore, the DA warned that the clear abdication of responsibilities will have a far-reaching consequence on taxpayers, which we are currently experiencing with the deteriorating state of roads in the province, which is negatively affecting the economic growth and tourism in this province. I therefore move that this House adopts that the department takes immediate steps to strengthen its internal capacity to maintain its roads effectively by the development of skilled, competent and accountable engineers, technologists, technicians and artisans to oversee maintenance projects in each district, conducting a thorough audit of all provincial roads and creating a database. This can be done through GIS. To create strategic plans for the maintenance and upgrading of deteriorating road links without the reliance on Sandwell. I so move.
Thank you. The question before the House, whether we agree to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
So agreed. Yes, Honourable Mashiane. Mtsweni. Sorry. No. Yeah, okay.
Honourable Speaker and honourable members, Honourable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the MK party to move this motion without notice regarding the tragedy alleged passing of a child in Msholozi Kwamhlanga, following the consumption of goods purchased from an informal business operated by a foreign national. The death of the child and the many other children lost in our province is of the highest concern to MK Party and the people of Mpumalanga. We are deeply disturbed by the recurrence of such evil and condemn it in the strongest term. Honourable Speaker, when such deeds engulfed our nation, citizens were promised protection by government, yet it still happened. The life lost cannot be returned, but further tragedies can be prevented. This can be stopped if our law enforcement agencies begin to act rather than react. We therefore call upon the August House to activate all law enforcement agencies together with health inspectors to raid all wholesalers and informal shops owned by foreign nationals, arrest and deport all illegal immigrants, shut down all unregulated and unregistered shops. I so move.
Thank you. The question before the House is whether we agree to adopt the motion.
Agreed.
So agreed. Okay. Honorable Nini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good morning. On behalf of the African National Congress, I rise to move a motion without notice for this House to commend the Hawks for arresting two City of Mbombela officials for their alleged involvement in the unlawful sale and purchase of municipal properties. Noting that municipal properties and assets belong to the public and are held in trust for the benefit of communities. Unlawful sale of or disposal of municipal properties undermines good governance, transparency and accountability. Any sale of municipal property constitutes a serious violation of municipal legislation, financial management regulations and public trust. Further noting that public assets must be protected and managed in accordance with the law. Those responsible for any unlawful disposal of municipal assets must be held accountable. Honourable Speaker, we welcome the swift response by our law enforcement agencies. We call for a full investigation into all allegations relating to such crime. I so move.
Thank you. The question before the House is whether we agree to adopt the motion.
Agreed.
So agreed. Honorable Weber. Okay, Honorable Mashiane. Okay. That concludes, honorable members, our motion. We now move to notice of motions. Are there any notice of motions? Okay. Then we move. Thank you very much, honorable members. We now move to formal. Oh, my apology, Mdwane Kosi. Yeah. No. Yes, I noted you. Thank you. Let's afford you an opportunity.
Lochisa Somlomo, Deputy Speaker, Lochise Indlu Yoke, Lochise, I'm a member of Umkhonto weSizwe. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe to move the notice of motion that this House notes with grave concern the continued and systemic failure by municipalities across Mpumalanga to enforce bylaws, which has turned our towns and townships into drug-infested zones and safe havens for illegal activity. That this House recognizes that this negligence undermines community safety, public health, moral fiber and the rule of law, contrary to the constitutional obligations of local government in terms of Section 152 of the Constitution. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we wish that this House further notes that in Mbombela, Anderson Street continues to operate as a notorious drug hub with illicit activities conducted brazenly less than 300 meters from the police station. Illegal immigrants are allegedly running brothels opening in the area, yet both municipal authorities and law enforcement have failed to take decisive action, leaving residents in constant fear. In Kavenbegi Municipality, Evander Town, Ward 17, a tavern situated directly opposite a community library functions as a drug den. Drugs are allegedly sold publicly to school children with impunity, while the municipality and SAPS have taken no meaningful intervention. Therefore, the House, we call that the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, together with all relevant municipalities, to urgently enforce all relevant bylaws without fear or favor, including business licensing, land use, and health regulations. Conduct joint operations with SAPS to restore law and order, shut down illegal brothels and drug dens, and arrest those breaking the law. Report progress to this House within 3 months on concrete measures taken, arrests made, and shops closed to protect our communities from this escalating crisis. Honorable Speaker, the people of Mpumalanga deserve safe, clean and orderly towns, not towns where children buy drugs opposite libraries and women fear walking past brothels 300 meters from a police station. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is noted and it will be dealt with accordingly. We now move to the formal motions. There is none. I'm informed there is none. I call upon the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Order number 1, Policy and Budget Speech on Vote 4, Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs.
I now call upon the Honorable MEC of Cooperative, Governance and Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs, Honorable S.K. Mashilo to take the podium. And once before that MEC, I would request our public, please, can you kindly switch off your phones or put them on a silence mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You may proceed, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Honorable Premier of the Province, the Honorable Maldan Ndlovu, members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of this august House, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Makabani, all political parties that are represented in this House, Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders and President of Contralesa, Hoshimukwena, and all the traditional leaders that are here, Amakosi, Chairperson of Salga, Honorable Mkomezulu, our executive mayors, councillors, speakers that are here, all our invited guests, the acting SG of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, Advocate Chunda, our senior administration staff, business communities, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, good morning. It is a great honor to stand before you in this esteemed house and present the budget of Vote for Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, Vote 4. We stand here today with a heavy heart following the passing on of His Majesty King Makhosoke II this Tuesday. His Majesty was a towering giant, bottomless, well-wisdom, and one of the architects of our post-colonial South Africa. After 40 years leading the Ndebele nation, the king leaves behind the indelible mark of servitude, patriotism, and immense contribution. We pass our sincere, heartfelt condolences to his family and indeed the Mandebele nation. Through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, may I request the House to stand and observe a moment of silence and meditation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, it is befitting to give His Majesty what he deserves. As we all know, in South Africa, our traditional leaders played a very important role far before all of us today converge here as members of this important legislation. Traditional leaders, they've been there before us, and they've been leading our community that today we are leading. Indeed, Chairperson, according to Dale Carnegie, 2 men slipped out from prison bar. One saw a march, the other saw stars. Deputy Speaker, vehemently request this House today that we should be like a man who saw the stars than the one who saw the march. Let's congratulate Bafana for having played yesterday, despite that they lost. Some of us might have wished that that player and that player be in. But of course, we must not see that mud. We must be like the man who saw the stars. Deputy Speaker, I deliver this budget vote in the month of June. This is the month upon which young people are recognized for their non-tiring and permanent role as agents of change in South Africa. It is their strength, resilience, and innovative new forms of organizing, mobilizing that has always carried this country to a greater heights during the struggle against apartheid and beyond. Youth activism and participation in shaping our democracy and bringing about the new policy outlooks are central to the sustenance of this nation. The ANC, our liberation movement and home of the marginalized masses of our people, was founded under the leadership of Piske Zakaseme, 31 years old, and he was a lawyer. From 1941 generation of Lembete to 1976 generation of Tsietsi Mashinini and to 1991 generations of Peter Mokaba. The youth has been the torchbearers in finding new paths of the betterment of South Africa. The youth of any nation is treasured and the future. Hence, Comrade President General of the ANC, or Tambo, once said, open quote, that the society does not invest in its youth, does not deserve its future, close quote. Inevitably, the future of the South Africa is general, and in Mpumalanga in particular, is intertwined with the future of the youth. The two are inseparable. Convincingly, the youth of today faces different challenges amounting to the objective national question. Today, our country is at a tenterhooks following the ongoing challenges on illegal migration and to a great degree elements of crime. The country's challenge requires depth, not quick fix solution, and reactionary proposition. Our president has outlined how the state is dealing with the illegal migration that is generic and not targeted any specific group. Because if we are not careful, if I don't speak your language, I might be deported. Because Ankulumi is Zulu. Noma Ankulumi is Swat. The issue raised are genuine, but the prescription cannot be unconstitutional and promotive of anarchy. We cannot fight crime by taking the laws into our own hands. Restraint is sacrosanct amid challenging complex national issues. Deputy Speaker, the President has declared the 4th of November 2026 as the date for the local government elections. We urge citizens of this province, particularly young people, to register and participate in the upcoming elections. Young people cannot afford to be spectators in the creation of their own government. The right to vote never came cheaper and must be defended through election processes. President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized the importance of local government, where he said, open quote, local government is a critical in issuing that people have water, sanitation, electricity, roads, clinics, and community services. When local government works, when municipalities are well managed and deliver on their mandate, cities, towns, villages, then the community, they are happy. Close quote. As such, one implores upon all citizens of our province to ensure that these elections are best used to elect men and women of monumental integrity and proven track record of competency. Deputy Speaker, 2025-2026 financial year witnessed the merger of the Department of Cooperative Governance, which is COGTA, and that of Human Settlements, and is therefore referred to as a COGSTA today. The merger, which came with a new organizational structure, represents more than a mere structural realignment, but a deliberate and strategic interventions aimed at enhancing efficiency, coordination, and impact in the way government serves communities. The approved organogram has elevated the head of institution to that of a Superintendent General, SG, with two branches, that is the Deputy Director General responsible for Human Settlement and Deputy Director General responsible for COGTA. We have done this to respond surely on the issues that honorable members here are worried about, continuously so. This includes critical positions at the senior management level, which among others, the Superintendent General and the Deputy Director General, the CFOs, Chief Directors and Directors. This structure, we are convinced it will assist us to come closer. With the reviewal of the white paper and a number of the legislations in the government will make these people more professional so that they respond. And this issue of cadre deployment should not be raised out of context. We are here to strengthen oversight, to activate existing governance structures, and ensure that every municipality become a center of excellence in their delivery. Deputy Speaker, local government is set for serious evolution through the white paper review processes, which aims at activating discourse and conversation for the future of a responsive, accountable, and indeed the result-driven system of local government. After 24 years since the last white paper was promulgated in 1998, the system of local government has witnessed a series of government and administrative changes, no challenges, infrastructure and service delivery deficiencies, under-resourced traditional institutions and rural communities, as well as unavailable municipal financial arrangement. To be honest, we had a system that have not differentiated in details level of municipalities. Mbombela, being a category B, has 45 wards with 90 councillors. Tipalaseng, as category B, is got only 8 wards with almost 15 councillors. But they are all under category B and are expected to present and the same services that Mbombela must do. You can imagine that the mayor in that area is unable to do all this. With the current white paper, we are certain that will be able to differentiate and make it local government a real service delivery vehicle. I urge these political parties that are here to make a contribution as we finalize the white paper processes. Our response as a province premise on our vision towards the stars, not the map. We have consolidated all the input received from the stakeholders on this process, and we will submit to the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs before the end of June as the deadline. During the 2025-26 financial year, the Living Phakathi Citizen Engagement application continued to advance, particularly governance and responsive services delivery across Mpumalanga municipalities, establishing itself as a key real-time change through which communities report services delivery challenges directly to the local municipalities. As As at 3rd of June 2026, this public participation platform had recorded almost 2,906 service delivery matters across the province, thus enabling our municipality to resolve and close almost 2,014 service deliveries. That confirms this level party gradually is making inroad, and our people begin to understand that. This estimated 69% performance in resolving community services delivery issues through this platform reflects a growing institutionalization of digital citizen engagement and affirms the application's value as a practical instrument for strengthening communication between communities and municipalities. I can assure you, the people of Mpumalanga, they are active in social media, and they know this what we call the digital. So for us, we've got a community that is growing daily. This year, our ward committee will increase from 400 to 408. To ensure a seamless establishment of ward committees, we have reviewed the provincial guidelines on the election of ward committee members and established a ward committees. Remember, ward committees, they have been given stipends by municipalities. So they've got the role, are not just there to receive those stipends. They must play an important role between the community and the municipal council to reduce a number of challenges that community are faced with and give feedback continuously so. Deputy Speaker, we have established a provincial municipal performance turnaround forum, which is a structured, evidence-based support mechanism designed to improve municipal governance, enhance audit outcomes, excellent service delivery, and strengthen accountability. This turnaround forum focuses on strengthening governance, improving audit outcomes, and accelerate services. Enhancing accountability at ward level and ensuring effective resource utilization. Deputy Speaker, we have continued to implement the integrated municipal support plan, which has been successfully reviewed and extended for 5 years period up to 2029 and 2030 financial years. This plan provides a structured framework for strengthening governance, improving service delivery, and enhancing municipal efficiency and effectiveness. The 2024 municipal performance assessment performed that no municipality in Mpumalanga is dysfunctional. However, 12 municipalities remain at risk, facing persistent financial distress, unfunded budget, irregular expenditure, and a weak governance oversight. 7 municipalities are now stable, including all 3 district municipalities, that is Ehlanzeni, Gersibande, and Nkangala, with the highest scores of over 85%. Following the recent assessment, all 20 municipalities are required to review their municipal support and intervention plans by 30 June 2026 and present them to their council for approval. Implementation begins in the 2026-27 financial year, which council approved requests and quarterly monitored by the department. Deputy Speaker, the department is often urged to intervene in municipalities in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution of the country. I must indicate, Honourable Speaker, that intervention has not yielded sufficient results, simply because the intervention of Section 139 does not necessarily bring more resources to municipalities. When we intervene, we just intervene by human resource, not with the financial resource. However, as departments will use Section 154 and Section 155 of the Constitution, working together with our stakeholders of Provincial Treasurer and SALGA to make sure that we assist as opposed rushing to Section 139 of our Constitution. The audit outcome in this province have been showing a good improvement. In 2024 and 25, there was 4 improvements from qualified to unqualified. The unqualified simply means good, as opposed to qualified. So that I clarify the people, they mustn't get confused with that findings opinion. There were only 2 regression, one municipality from clean audit to unqualified with findings, and other from unqualified findings to qualified. The province does not have any disclaimer nor adverse audit opinion in the province. We do our best to push our municipality forward. To achieve clean audit, we have put few municipalities on the structured support, namely Nkangala, Gersebande, Tembisile, Emalahleni, Chief Albert Litul, Tabachweu, and Nkomazi to get the clean audit in this financial year that we are currently in. And that is possible. Revenue collection continues to be a challenge, and this is affecting cash flow in municipality, which can be attributed to poor economic climate, poor billing system, unemployment, inadequate implementations of credit control measures, culture of non-payment, and land invasion. These are the characteristics that characterize some of municipalities' non-performance. Too many people invaded land, they want services, they don't pay, including some of honorable members that they are equally not paying their services. How will the municipality survive if this payment is not done? Of course, as department, we are contemplating to make sure that we do receive as a starting point from the municipalities the number of all the public representatives from national to local government. Those are residing and they are not paying their services, so that we can present the report before this legislature. So asikhulume indaba esiyazi ungathola ukukhulumela futhi kodwa ukhokhela ama-services uthi imali bayithathele abomasipala. Efforts of managing higher and unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure are bearing fruit. Over the years, we've seen increase on the unauthorized, irregular, and the wasteful expenditure, where municipalities are write them off or written off, which as department we have now since intervened, because we don't believe we should write off those issues. We must recover those monies that have been wasted. However, we still have a concern around the new unauthorized, irregular, fruitless expenditure incurrence, and a lack of consequence management implementations by the municipalities. We shall put conditions in this regard, working with the provincial treasurer, working with the SALGA and the Auditor General of South Africa, so that we can hold members accountable in that regard. Deputy Speaker, local government election to be held on the 4th of November 2026. Department has started to put in place necessary support to ensure successful, free and fair election. Department has already established a district election task team in the 3 districts and will also establish a provincial election task team as well. Together with the key stakeholders, these structures will ensure that all voting stations are safe and have all the required infrastructure such as access road, water, sanitation, more importantly electricity and network connectivity. After the local government elections, the department, working with SALGA, will conduct an inductions program to the newly elected councillors so that they are informed about the laws of municipalities. Even those who will be coming by force as councillors, they must know that there is no force in council, there is law that manage and regulate the council. abanye bakhethwe emphakathini so bafuna bazi ukuthi ubudlavini bayaphela mase ku-council kunemithetho to regulate coalition government at the municipal level. Government has put together the coalition deal. What we refer a bill has been introduced to create rules for forming and managing coalition government and to improve stability in municipalities where no single party has a majority. We don't want this gentleman's agreement. We want something that is formal so that we can account for it and we can live with that. Deputy Speaker, we've heard the concern raised by the district in terms of their powers and functions with the local municipalities. We'll begin a process of reviewing some of the powers and functions of the district in terms of Section 84 of the Municipal Structures Act of 1998. We'll be further processing, in particular, the functions of bulk water supply and firefighting services. We are aware that this is an extensive exercise and we'll be consulting widely with all key stakeholders. However, we must complete this process before the upcoming elections. Here at Tanzania, they don't have a single powers district. Powers of water is with the municipality that include water authority as well as water services. They do both in the areas. A number of functions, including the services that is fire, etc. In the previous financial year, 2025-26, Department monitored the appointments of staff members in municipalities to determine whether they comply with the municipal staff regulations that were promulgated on the 20th September 2021. Department can confirm that municipalities in the province do comply with local government competency framework for mainstream occupation and career stream. Out of 124 senior managers posts in the province, 111 are filled while 13 are vacant. And I can assure this Honorable House that no official will be employed without meeting the requirements. So this notion of cadre deployment does not exist. It's just a fallacy. What exists is that the people deployed, they do meet the requirements. Department will ensure that outstanding 10 municipalities that have not cascaded performance management development system to all officials are supported. These outstanding municipalities are Mukondo, Msugalekwa, Piska Gaisaka Seme, Tipaliseng, Govenberg, Butakanye, Emalachen, and indeed Steve Chwete, and the city of Mbombela and Nkomas respectively. This means to build municipalities as capable and ethical developmental institutions. During the 2025-26 financial year, Department supported 14 municipalities as part of effort to create a culture of payment of services and to promote compliance and bylaws enforcement to gazetted. We've gazetted almost 18 bylaws in the municipalities. What is key is the implementation of the bylaws, as the honorable members alluded earlier. Indeed, our bylaws will focus on the issue of water, street trading, township economies, waste management, cemeteries, traffic management, land invasion, outdoor advertisement, outdoor. Maupalele, saloon, already we have advertised, municipalities must charge you. About the spaza shop, we have advertised, municipalities must charge and collect the money. Yeah. Not what palo at the spaza shop, municipalities funengene, you collect iman. Well, Sapag, you are unfair. Premier, I think Premier is listening very careful. That honorable members, they will cheat.
This issue as well that our bylaws must look is the main concern that our people are raising, the noise. What we have realized, many people, they have got now accommodation in the residential area, student accommodation, and they don't pay municipalities. Municipalities lose a lot of money. Full business lab around the area. All those business must be known, characterized, and they must be built as business opportunities. Because those individuals, they make an income, and they must share according to the law of the country. Department will repositioning the tuition center program in the province. Department will be embarking on a telecenter pilot program in the 3 districts, that is the Tanzania, in Lowville and Matsamu Tucson Center, Hersebande district Esiatemba and Brighton Tucson Center, and in Kangala district at Marapiani and the Adelaide Tambo Tucson Center. The pilot seeks to bridge the digital divide, support socio-economic development, and enhance access to governance services for improving citizen engagement and service delivery. We are pleased to announce that the district municipalities have reviewed their DDM on the plans, and such have been endorsed by the Executive Council last year on the 24th of December. These plans comprises of 255 catalytic projects, of which 184 are fully funded under the implementation, with a total of value of 51.9 billion. In getting ready for the new municipal financial year, all municipalities have adopted their reviewed 2026-27 Integrated Development Plan, which is the IDP, following a robust process of public participation in all municipal areas of jurisdiction. This process marks the last review of 2022-27 Integrated Development Plans. In the 2025-26 financial year, as part of alleviating the high poverty levels in the province, the department, in conjunction with the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, created almost 20,870 job opportunities in all the 17 local municipalities. It is an overt reference that the youth bear the brunt of the current severe socio-economic crisis. During the 2025-26 financial year, the department created 190 job opportunities through the waste management in 6 poverty-stricken municipalities, namely Bushbuckridge, Nkomazi, Mkondo, Dipaliseng, Tembisile, and Dr. J.S. Moroka in the province, where young people were employed. In compliance with the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act 16 of 2013, department is supporting the new municipal spatial development framework from Kondo, Chief Albert Lethuli, Lekwa, and Bushbuckridge local municipalities. The continuous illegal land uses and illegal land occupation are a challenge being addressed through the law enforcement, strengthening the capacity of municipality in the land use. I will indeed take a full discussion with the MEC of Safety so that the team that is at the training, as they come back, they will assist the municipality to enforce majority of these bylaws, because we must enforce these bylaws to be realized. And I think through those mapanyaza work, they can assist us in that regard. Over the past year, we have made significant progress by aligning our efforts with the provision of the Traditional Khoisan Leaders Act number 3 of 2019. During the 2026 financial year, we successfully constituted and gazetted traditional council across the province. As of now, all our traditional councillors, they are there. Bako. in our traditional areas. In our commitment to strengthen local governance and community development, we supported the induction of this newly appointed traditional council through accelerated service providers or accredited service providers. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our traditional councillors are now trained or inducted. They now understand what is expected from them. They are not a chief, neither they are not a zinduna. They are just council, and they must operate within that perimeters as council. I am pleased to report that last month we have successfully concluded the inductions of all of them as they are appointed. And I can assure the honorable members, as agreed, a stipend of 1,000 is paid to them, and the last batch will happen this coming week. So all of them will be paid, and they will be paid monthly as we move forward. On the infrastructure development, I am pleased to report that last year we committed to strengthen governance and community development through the construction of 5 new traditional council offices in Matsamu, Amashangani, Matlapatlapa, Ndwalaza, and Okenyane. Further, our efforts to renovate and upgrade traditional council offices highlights our dedication to creating constructive or conducive spaces that our traditional leaders must operate from. I am pleased to inform you that the construction of these new traditional council offices, Lekwetla, Kharodi, and Esandleni, is promising and is progressing very well. We shall complete it in this financial year. We are also finalizing procurement processes for the renovation of Enigwagu and Eputsini Traditional Council. In our ongoing commitment to safety, dignity, and accessibility, we are constructing a boundary wall around the palace of the recently departed His Majesty. So unfortunately, we're not seen to its completion of that palace that we are starting to construct. Our traditional leaders continue to serve as pillars of social stability and cultural identity. We have expedited recognition processes, and I must indeed thank our traditional leaders under Kgoshi Mokoena, Chipawe Honorable Premier. We have managed to resolve all the 5 disputes that existed. We remain with one latest dispute of his Pesi, and certainly because it's in court, we are determined to get it resolved as soon as we can. For that, I think we must give Amakos an applaud that at least we are making progress. That includes the most difficult one of the Munisi, where the chief was assassinated. Deputy Speaker, following the gazette by the Honorable Premier, the Commission on Traditional Boundary Dispute Management has been established for 3 years period from 24 August 2024, which is to come to an end on the end of November 2026. Since the inception, the Commission has successfully resolved 8 cases and aim to conclude the remaining one by the end of November. In that area, we shall have resolved the dispute of boundaries. The boundaries of traditional leaders are very soft and porous, so at times the people just are encroaching. So we're able to demarcate them properly so that there is no fight amongst traditional leaders of the people who belong to who. This ongoing collaboration among stakeholders will address land dispute, cap illegal land occupation, and promote land management transparency. Indeed, to as well cap what we referred as bogus traditional leaders in those areas, will be able to keep that matter very well. I'm proud to report that all recognized Amakos now have their tools of trade such as vehicles, communication devices, equipment, empowering them to serve the communities more effectively and with dignity. Currently, we are rolling out a program of the Wi-Fi connectivity to all our TC where Amako, so that they can as well have the Wi-Fi. That is a great achievement. What is our new Wi-Fi? Of course, it must be managed because Wi-Fi. We are aware we'll give it a proper management so that it does not get abused, that Wi-Fi. The intention is to service the community. The protection of the initiates, the preservation of our culture, and the promotion of safe and dignified initiation in schools remain central to our mandate. As part of our preparedness program, a high level of coordination meeting was convened with the Department of Education, Health, South African Police Services, National Prosecuting Authority, and indeed the Office of the Judge President. At the start of the season, the province received over 945 applications for Ingo. 921 were approved, 24 were disapproved, and 4 illegal schools were closed. We must indicate, Honorable Premier, all these things were done with dignity. What we have seen in the papers does not in any way come closer, or in the social media, does not come closer to the province as such. Deputy Speaker, since the start of the current initiation season, we have suffered 8 casualties, unfortunately. However, we are doing our best in managing these particular matters. Of course, these cases have been opened, and our police, they are investigating. Where there's a prosecution, it will happen as discussed earlier. To improve operational efficiency and monitoring capability, Department procured almost 9 buggies as part of management to assist Izingoma Dikoma across the province, and we bought almost 400 water tankers to make sure that those kids, they do receive water as a necessity as well. In this regard, during the 2026-27 financial year, Department will advance township establishment projects across the 3 districts. In Nkangala district, 5 priority greenfield tours projects are expected to be proclaimed by March 2027, yielding approximately 39,315 residential stands, supported by a budget of almost 10.5 million. This project is almost in advanced stage. In Gersebande, Township Establishment Project in Governing Mbeke, Lekwa, and Tepaliseng local municipalities are expected to yield more than 29,900 housing opportunities, while integrated human settlement project in Silobela, Amsterdam, and Secunda will provide additional 7,121 housing opportunities. In Gersebande district, a total budget of 38.9 million has been allocated to support these initiatives. In Tanzania district township establishment projects such as Kamhlushwa, Extension 2 and 3, Maristal, Hospital View, Green Valley, Dwar Slope, and Tulamahash are progressing towards general plan approval and are expected to yield almost 8,841 residential stands. For Tanzania district, a total of 16 million has been allocated to support this process initiative. The total provincial allocation for the integrated human settlement planning and township establishment amount to 78.2 million during the year, which is the financial year 2026-2027 financial, which is the current. Deputy Speaker, in respect of informal settlement upgrade projects, Department will also continue implementing the informal settlement upgrading program. Priority upgrading projects in Nkangala, including the following areas, which were expected to complete them. And as we have completed them, it will give us almost 32,000. That is the Malahleni, Steve Tshwete municipalities, as well as the Makazeni municipalities. In her district, upgrading initiatives are reblocking projects will improve living conditions and providing the opportunity for 5,062 sites to be serviced with an allocation of 9.2 million. In the Hlanzeni district, formalization of Scala and Mashishing extension is expected to yield approximately 21,239 housing opportunities, supported by a budget of almost 12.8 million. The total budget allocated for informal settlement upgrade, it's important to separate the two. See, there is an upgrade in informal settlement. It's about 35.9 million for this financial year. Deputy Speaker, it should suffice to indicate that department is steaming ahead with the establishment of 5 integrated human settlements referred to as Akon City, Hospital View, SEZ, Human Settlement Integrated, Nkosi City, as well as the one in Tembisile local municipality. These integrated human settlement initiatives are taking place within Bushbuckridge, Nkomazi, City of Mbombela, Tembisile, Hani municipality areas of jurisdiction, respectively, with the aim of ensuring an effective integrated of physical, digital, and human settlement in the environmental to deliver sustainable, prosperous, inclusive future. Through this investment, the department remains committed to accelerate human settlement delivery, formalizing informal settlement, and creating sustainable integrated communities that improve the quality of life of people of Mpumalanga. We have noted that the department will not be able to put houses to everybody in a short space of time. However, with the servicing of sites, we can mitigate to this problem of housing. Some people in the province, Honorable Premier, they've confirmed that they are not necessarily looking for RDP house, but they are looking for sites they can build for themselves. And that's exactly what we are engaging on. As such, all the districts have active projects aimed at implementing the servicing of residential sites and supporting bulk link services. A total number of 1,650 sites have been planned under the Human Settlement Development Grant with a budget of 126 million for servicing of sites and a budget of 93 million for the bulk infrastructure provision. What we realize, Honorable Premier, our municipalities are unable to move with the speed we require in terms of putting the bulk. All the time we are above them, ahead of them. When we service site like Siangoba, like Kamhlushwa, where we have service sites and apparently municipalities that are unable to put the bulk. That presents a problem even to the Auditor General. Department will be using the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant of 2026-2027 annual allocation to service 600 sites at the cost of 40 million and 50 million for the bulk infrastructure provision. In partnering with the Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation, there are a number of projects that will be rolling out, Honorable Deputy Speaker, at the level of municipalities. We shall urge all our municipalities to spend this money so that no money goes back to Treasury because it's not been spent. The overall sites to be serviced is about 2,250, and that will be delivered in this financial year. Projects aimed at the completion of services sites in Hlanzeni are Harmony Hill Extension 2 and Farm Bigger, while projects aimed at completing of services sites in Gersebande, Mzinone, as well Amsterdam Extension 5. The bulk bulk projects to be completed are Komati Port Access Road, Mashishing Bulk Sewer, Mpumelelweni Bulk Water, Rondebosch Bulk Water and Sewer, mechanical and electrical upgrade at Pola, Iraq, pump station and treatment plant. This project, we shall complete them in the current financial year. The priority project receiving attention are Kamhlushwa Bulk, Brandon Village, Hospital View, and Siangoba in Emalahleni. These are the projects, Honorable Premier. Municipalities, they don't have money and they must receive an urgent attention. By the end of the year, the expansion of service land and upgraded infrastructure will support a greater housing delivery across the province, along more service sites to be released to beneficiaries. In terms of the blue-green no drop, it is worth mentioning that the 2011 Blue Drop Assessment classified 4 of the 17 municipalities having achieved scores above 50, and the rest were classified as being a critical state or at critical state. However, over the years, and due to the commitment of seeing stars rather than seeing the mud, there has been a significant improvement among the water services authorities, with only 4 facing some challenges in 2023 assessment, and there are remedial action in place to remedy the situation. For the 2025 awards, Steve Chwete achieved 96.6, were allocated a certificate. It was the best, even more than municipality in the Western Cape, Honorable Masango. Well, facts are there. That's why we had the event in the Western Cape municipality. They were beaten by our municipality, Steve Chwete, in this regard. 2 municipalities achieved scores above 90%, that is Victor Kanye and Govan Mbeki, and 4 systems were awarded certificates saying they have done the best. It is notable that Mpumalanga has no system classified as a critical risk. Despite all the critics, Honorable Speaker, there is good progress our municipalities are doing. We must criticize, but we must give credit where is due. In the first green drop assessment in 2009, just 3 out of 17 municipalities score above 50, with the rest also in a critical condition. Progress has been observed over time, as only 6 municipalities were in a critical state during the 2021 assessment. Currently, in the 2024 assessment, the province saw a great improvement across municipalities, leaving only 2 municipalities in the critical zone. Congratulations to Chief Albert Lituli, Msugalekwa, Tabacheu for being awarded Most Improved Water Services Authority, and Steve Chwete once more being the best overall performer in terms of the water drop, green drop. The results of the 2021 North Drop Assessment were generally disappointing, with only 4 water authorities achieving scores of above 70. Further, the department will continue to provide support to municipalities in relation to water and infrastructure services. Henceforth, the department, together with the municipalities, will conclude memorandum of agreement to ensure the provision of bulk infrastructure using grants for the disposal. Deputy Speaker, our quest of providing affordable low-cost housing is underway, complemented by the delivery of basic services such as water, electricity, community amenities. In the 2025 and 2026 financial year, a total of 1,088 low-cost houses, that is the BNG houses, were provided to housing beneficiaries across the province. As we continue to provide houses to deserving beneficiaries, the department will construct 1,828 houses in this financial year 2026-2027. In the current financial year, we'll focus on eradication of unsafe, inhabitable mud houses. In the previous financial year, we replaced 119 mud houses situated in various villages in Bushbuckridge and Mukondo. We will eradicate a further 205 mud houses in the rural areas of our municipalities, that is Chief Albert Lithuli, Mukondo, and Nkomazi municipalities. We have since realized that majority of our houses of our people are mud houses. We have seen it during the disaster, Honorable Premier, and we shall focus in assisting these municipalities. Due to the budgetary constraint, the province has adopted a phased approach with the eradication of asbestos-roofed houses. Since the commencement of our program, I must indicate, Honorable Premier, we have eradicated asbestos in the following municipalities. 1, Bushbuckridge, Nkomazi, Chief Albert Lithuli, Tipalesing, and Dr. J.S. Morok. They are no longer having asbestos in those areas. If they are there, we should be told where, so that we attend the matter. We are currently busy to eradicate the remaining areas. Currently, we'll do with Tabachweu, we'll be doing with the remaining Tembisile and Victakany. We'll as well do Mkondo, is Piska Gaizakaseme, Lekwa. We shall eradicate the asbestos in this municipality, and we'll do it in this financial year. We are mindful, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that this project has not been funded from national, it's funded from the provincial coffers, Honorable Premier, and for that, we must thank the Premier to make money available to eradicate the asbestos. Certainly, Premier, we shall consume the money we have made available. During 2025-26 financial year, Department successfully delivered a community hall in Ntunda, Nkomazi, child care center in Bushbuckridge, and community hall and child care in Lekwa. Through the Community Residential Units CRU program, Department managed to deliver a combined 150 units in areas of Sonneville, that is in the city of Mbombela, Malelane in Nkomazi, Riabota in Steve Tshwete local municipalities. In the current financial year, Department will deliver a comprehensive 147 units in Sonneville, which is in Mujinde as well as city of Mbombela, Malelane, and Nkomazi, and will conclude the one at Riabota, which is in Steve Tshwete. The Military Veterans Program managed to deliver 6 out of the 5. Hence, there is an overperformance of 1 houses. I must indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the military veterans will receive the list from DMV before we can construct. We don't construct a house because a person must get approval and we must get the share from the DMV in this regard. In this financial year, 2026-27, Department is in process of delivering about 18 houses for our military veterans. And we shall deliver those houses because we have received the details. In bringing stability with the rental sector, the Mpumalanga Rental Housing Tribunal has grown in its popularity as well as preferred institution, assisting in the resolution of landlords and tenants' rental dispute. Indeed, we must congratulate the board members there for doing the good work. The Rental Housing Tribunal managed to achieve the resolutions of 906 landlord and tenants dispute, and in this case, they've planned to do the 650 dispute. That include the resident for the students if they are in existence. Further, the tribunal term will be coming to an end at the end of August, and indeed will be advertising soon for applicants to submit by the end of June. In order to assist people in achieving security of tenure, Department has planned to deliver 2,500 title deeds for this financial year. Through its focus area of developing integrated human settlement, Department had planned to acquire 3 pieces of land in various municipalities across the province. We are going to buy some land in this financial year. Honorable Deputy Speaker, previously we have reported that the province had adopted a provincial flood management strategy for implementation. In December 2025 and January 2026, the province experienced a flood resulting in 20 fatalities and affecting about 2,507 houses and about 81 schools, 71 health facilities, roads and stormwater in the municipalities were equally affected. That include electricity infrastructure. The total cost of this disaster has been estimated at a cost of 6.3 billion. To this end, the National Disaster Management Center allocated to the province a total of 124 million for the rehabilitation of a damaged infrastructure, of which 49 million was allocated to the 3 districts and 75 million was allocated to the sector departments. In addition to the above, department is partnering with the DCOC through MECs to implement the rehabilitation of roads and stormwater infrastructure with the Ehlanzeni district at the cost of 166 million to benefit communities in Ward 15, 36, 22, 25 in the city of Mbombela, Ward 6, 9, 27 in Nkomazi, 8 and 14 Tabachweu, 7 in the Bushbuckridge. In the month of April and May 2026, the province experienced yet another disaster which affected 181 houses in Nkomazi and Bushbuckridge local municipality, mainly affecting agricultural, electricity and road infrastructure in these local municipalities. However, we have noted that our municipalities, they do not have a proper infrastructure insofar as the stormwater control, and thus made those areas vulnerable whenever there is a water or whenever there is a disaster. Honorable Deputy Speaker and members, Department in collaboration with the Disaster Management Institute of South Africa will be hosting a 2-day seminar in July 2026 on disaster risk reduction to fully engage on measures to improve proactive and responsive strategy for implementing and to reduce disaster. What we have realized as the government is that there are areas that are prone to disasters, and we're developing the strategy and the plan, what is the best, up including considering to relocate those people that they must be relocated. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we'll be relocating the people of Naledi and Lesedi in Steve Tshwete to a better place, because that area used to be a mining town and the mine has since left. The people, they've gone, they don't have electricity, they don't have water, they've got nothing. And they don't used to pay because they get free of charge. We shall relocate them to a better place. Nagayamaswi Lady knows. In Rondebosch, the process is underway and the engagement is moving very well. We have discovered that there's about 640 people that are there, but to our dismay, the number has increased. Apparently, they might have gone and informed other people. We shall concentrate to the household, not to the people we found them there. Deputy Speaker, the financial pressure we find ourselves confronted with, driven by a range of global and domestic socio-economic factors, cannot be overstated. These challenges continue to place significant strain on limited public resources, requiring us to exercise greater prudence, efficiency, and accountability in the utilization of our allocated budget. Department has been allocated a budget of 2,370,438,000, depicting on an increase of 10.3 million in comparison of the previous financial year. While this is incremental growth in the budget is noted, it remains below the level required to fully respond to increasing demands for service and the rising cost of delivering on our mandate. The constrained fiscal environment continue to necessitate careful repositioning and disciplined spending. The table below reflects the details of our budget. 1. On administration, 456,924 is allocated for our administration. 1,251,307,000 is now allocated for human settlement. 337,950,000 is allocated for Cocta section. 244,353,000 is allocated for traditional institutional development. 43,899,000 is allocated for the House of Traditional Leaders, with the additional of 10 million that they have requested is already allocated as well. Let me acknowledge and appreciate the people who made these contributions over a period of time. The African National Congress, that is my organization, the Honorable Premier of the Province, Honorable Mandla Ndlovu, members of the Executive Council, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nkosi, and the Honorable Members, Honorable Malachi, Honorable Masango, and all honorable members that they sit in this Portfolio Committee. Indeed, the former HOD, whom is Superintendent General Acting, Ngubani, and the current Acting SG, Advocate Chunda, my administration, my office, and all that they've made a contribution. Thank you very much. Let me conclude by saying, may I remind the House of the words of President Oliver Tambo, which is delivered at the funeral of the late Comrade Joe Kabi in Harare, 1981. Open quote, "The future is bright, the end is glorious. It is peaceful, but intervening period is dark. Better and finds its glory in the act of struggle." Close quote. This is to say, while we face whatever challenges in various epochs of our national democratic struggle in the post-colonial South Africa, we must never think that our solutions shall come from elsewhere. Solutions must come from all of us, including members of the opposition. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to present to this Honorable House a budget of 2,370,438 for considerations. Let me conclude by quoting one of intellectual Robert Frost in 1915. "I shall be telling this with a high somewhere edges, and edges hence 2 rows diverged in a wood, and I look the one traveled by, and that has made all the difference." Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC,
Sizoba sikubhekile ba.
for a well-delivered budget speech.
Are you walking the talk?
I will now invite the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Order number 2, consideration and debate on a report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, Vote 4, Department of cooperative governance, human settlements, and traditional affairs.
Firstly, honorable members, I would like to call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on the cooperative governance and human settlement and traditional affairs, Honorable T.P. Nkosi, to table the report first.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As the chairperson of the Coxstar Portfolio Committee, I'm rising to table this budget for this August House to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a speaker's list in front of me. I now invite Honorable T.P. Nkosi from the ANC. You are allocated 8 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable Masango, Premier of the Province, Honorable Ndlovu, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this provincial legislature, the chairperson of the Mpumalanga Provincial House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, Hoshim Kwena, and all traditional leaders who are in this gallery, Salga chairperson, Honorable Mgomezulu, executive mayors, distinguished guests, I greet you this morning. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the African National Congress, we supported the 2026-2027 budget of Coxstar, which is 2,370,438, as presented by MEC. We are supporting this budget because it will play a pivotal role in changing people's lives, people of this province. We support this budget because it seeks to strengthen municipalities, accelerate human settlements development, and enhance the role of traditional leaders in building cohesive and prosperous communities. This budget, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is presented at a critical moment when climate change and global warming is overstretching the limited resources that the government is trying to build and maintain the infrastructure for our communities. We are at a stage where municipalities must plan for disaster prevention and mitigation. The new targets that have been presented by Honorable MEC are showing that there's an improvement on the annual performance plan of this department because it is taking into account the coordination of provincial flood management and the planned support of humanitarian relief in supported, which is dearly supported MEC. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC remains guided by the vision of building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Municipalities are at the coalface of service delivery and are the sphere of government closest to the people. It is therefore imperative that municipalities possess the institutional capacity, the financial stability and technical expertise required to fulfill their constitutional obligations. We are very much happy, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the MEC has presented this morning that there's no municipality with a disclaimer in this province, and we really appreciate that. Many municipalities continue to face challenges relating to infrastructure maintenance, revenue collection, governance, and some weaknesses and some service delivery backlogs. This budget will provide the department with resources to support municipalities to improve their government system, to strengthen financial management, and enhance accountability. Deputy Speaker, water provision, sanitation, roads, refuse removal, and electricity remain among the most important services expected by our communities from different municipalities. When these services fail, the quality of life of our people will be negatively affected. And this budget, as it has been presented, is going to assist to improve the service delivery of different municipalities. We encourage the municipalities to strengthen their partnerships with communities, government institutions, and private sector in addressing service delivery challenges and improving infrastructure development. Human settlements, Honorable Speaker, remain a cornerstone of social and economic transformation. The provision of decent shelter restores dignity, promotes social inclusion, and contributes to economic development. Despite significant progress achieved since 1994, housing demand continues to exceed the available resources. We welcome the initiative that have been presented by Honorable MEC of establishing sites where people will be able to construct their houses. We welcome also the department's commitment to accelerating housing delivery, completing unfinished projects, and ensuring that housing opportunities reach deserving beneficiaries. Attention must be continuously be paid to vulnerable groups, which includes women, youth, military veterans, as we have presented, MEC, persons with disability, and elderly citizens. We further support the integrated human settlements development that promotes access to schools, healthcare facilities, economic opportunities, transportation networks, and recreational amenities. Traditional leadership, Honorable Deputy Speaker, remains an important institution in our democratic dispensation. Traditional leaders play a critical role in preserving cultural heritage, promoting social cohesion, and supporting development within communities. We welcome the continued support for our traditional council and programs aimed at strengthening the institution of traditional leadership. We want to emphasize that the ANC remain committed in building better life for all. This budget advances our collective objective of creating functional municipalities, sustainable human settlements, and empowered traditional institutions. As we were presenting, MEC, we've noted that the community work programs workers needs to be equipped with tools and protective clothes for them to be able to perform their duties. We appreciate the establishment of different traditional councils and also the induction that you have reported. And we are fully aware that there were hurdles that you had to cross so that you can reach the destination we are in today. We want also to say, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, that this budget which has been presented will enable Coxstar Department to support municipalities, to support the institution of traditional leaders, and to provide human settlements to roll out water and sanitation infrastructure that will cover the communities that have been mentioned by Honorable MEC Mashishing, Umjindi, Iraq, Paula, Kingross, Mpumelelo, and Komati Port. As I wind up, it is against that reason that the ANC support this budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now invite Honorable J. Ilukele from MK Party. You are allocated 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of the House and our esteemed guests, I stand on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe in the province to reject in its entirety the 2026-28 budget vote 4 presented by the MEC for Coxstar. While the MEC spoke poetically of seeing stars, not mud, the people of Mpumalanga continue to drown in the mud of service delivery collapse, corruption, and political arrogance. Despite a 2.37 billion budget, the MEC has no meaningful plan to rescue failing municipalities, end the housing crisis, or protect traditional communities. Below are the undeniable failures that compel us to reject this budget. The MEC admits 12 out of 20 municipalities remain at risk. Yet no radical intervention is proposed. Instead, he boasts that no municipality is dysfunctional by his own low standards. What do you call a municipality with unfunded budget?
irregular expenditure, and collapsing basic services. The so-called support teams under the Section 154 have failed for years. We have experienced it in different municipalities. Where is the criminal prosecution of corrupt municipality managers? Where is the direct administration under Section 139? Secondly, the on human settlement, it's a cruel joke. The MEC claims that 1,088 low-cost houses were built last year, a drop in the ocean, compared to the backlog of 100,000 units in the province. 475 asbestos roofs eradicated, while thousands more poisoned families. Mud houses still widespread, only 119 replaced last year. This is a joke, a cruel one. The MEC praises Akon City and Nkosi City as integrated developments. But residents see no land, no services, no houses, only announcements. We are saying, as MK, repurpose the 1.25 billion human settlement budget to direct rapid delivery of service sites and emergency housing. Stop enriching contractors and people connected to the ANC. The MEC reports that 6.3 billion in flood damages but received. The MEC reports that 6.3 billion in flood damages, but received only 124 million from national government. Instead of fighting for more, he accepts the crumbs. 20 people died in floods, over 2,500 houses destroyed. Yet the department has no credible relocation plan for high-risk areas like Ngomazo and Bushbuck Ridge. Declared a state of disaster for housing and climate resilience. Force national government to release funds. Hold officials accountable for preventable deaths. They saw people building houses on the flood lines. What did they do? 1,000 rand for traditional councillors. It's an insult to the dignity of traditional leaders. Meanwhile, traditional council's office remain incomplete. Wi-Fi is promised but not delivered. It's another promise. Illegal land invasion continues with traditional leaders powerless. They have no power on the invasion of the land. 10 initiates died this season under the department's watch. Criminal cases are underway, but no senior official has been suspended or charged. Traditional leaders must be resourced properly, Honorable MEC, not with bakis and jojo tanks, but with legal powers and budget to govern their communities. The MEC celebrates the no disclaimer, a low bar. He admits that the revenue collection crisis is there, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, no consequence management. How can the department ask for more money when it cannot spend cleanly what it already has? We are saying our position is that all senior officials in municipalities with repeated qualified audits must face automatic suspension and forfeit of bonuses. Finally, MEC quotes Dale Carnegie and Robert Frost. But the people of Mpumalanga need water, land, a roof, and safety, not poetry. We reject the budget vote for because it is a continuation of failures dressed up as hope. What we demand are 4 simple things. A special provincial intervention team with full powers to suspend underperforming municipal managers. 2, an independent forensic audit of all Cockstar contracts since 2020. A moratorium on new catalyst projects until basic services reach all wards. Direct housing allocation to military veterans, not promises. We will mobilize communities to reject this budget and demand a new direction, one that serves the people, not the ANC alliance.
As you wind up.
Deputy Speaker, MK rejects this budget vote. I thank you.
It's okay. Honourable members, we move to, we are calling upon Honourable Malachi from EFF. You are allocated 6 minutes.
It's okay, Deputy Speaker.
It's okay, definitely. It's okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members of this House, esteemed traditional leaders, under the capable leadership of Kgoshi Mokoena, members of the public following these proceedings, and the people of Mpumalanga. The EFF has carefully considered the report of the Portfolio Committee of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs, and the 2026-27 budget vote for the department. At the outset, we state that the EFF will support the adoption of this budget, not because we believe it is sufficient to address the historical injustice of the landlessness, poverty, and spatial apartheid, but because it provides resources that are desperately needed by the people of Mpumalanga, who continue to wait for decent housing, basic services, and dignified living conditions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF was founded on principle that the land must be returned to the people and that the wealth of our country must benefit the majority who have been excluded for generations. The struggle of human settlement is therefore not merely about houses and infrastructure. It is about restoring the dignity, correcting the historical dispossession, and creating communities where people can live, work, and raise their family in safe and decent conditions. We therefore welcome the department to continue focus on township establishment and strategy to unlock the land for human settlement. We know to the progress made in Iraq, Tubelihle extension in Emalahleni, Newtown, Rondebosch in Steve Tshwete, Verina, Kwamhlanga, Tembisilehani, as well as Muripe Gardens and Volvekral in Dr. J.S. Moroka. The EFF further welcomed the completion of more than 13,000 service sites in Emalahleni cluster, the servicing of more than 3,200 sites in Tubelihle extensions 7 and 8, the completion of service sites in Secunda and Etandukanya extension 7, and the significant progress made on projects such as Kumana, Mashishing bulk sewer development. These interventions demonstrate that where there is planning, political will, and proper implementation, progress can be achieved. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it will be irresponsible for this House to celebrate the progress without confronting the reality faced by thousands of our people. The department itself has formed the portfolio committee that, because of reduced grant allocation, targets for service sites, housing units, community and residential units, social amenities, and informal settlement upgrading have been scaled down. The EFF remains concerned that while this reduction are described as scaling down rather than delays, the practical reality for this family waiting for the house is that they continue to wait. For a young person living in an informal settlement without sanitation, electricity, or proper roads, or reduced target translates into another year of hardship. We are all equally concerned by the recurring problem of incomplete housing projects. The department has budgeted 389 million to address 397 incomplete housing, yet this issue appears after a year. Public funds cannot continuously be spent on correcting failures that should have been prevented through the proper project planning, contractor management, and consequent management. The EFF further notes that the concern that several important projects remain in design and procurement phases, including Kamhlushwa, Grootvlei, Leslie Extension 8, and Umjindi bridges. Communities have become accustomed to hearing promises of projects that remain in paper for years, while service delivery backlogs continue to grow. Honorable Speaker, the EFF has maintained that development and local government require capable institutions. We therefore welcome the department's effort to fill critical vacancies and the recruitment of 50 critical posts. However, vacancies in the strategic position continue to undermine the service delivery. The remaining position must be filled urgently, particularly in areas of responsibility for infrastructure delivery, disaster management, and technical service. The recent storm that damaged 173 houses in Bushbuckridge in Nkomazi once again exposes the vulnerability of poor communities to a climate-related disaster. The EFF calls for stronger disaster preparedness, improved emergency response capacity, and the urgent strengthening of the fire service sub-directorate, where capacity gaps have already been acknowledged. We further note that the concern for poor expenditure performance of certain municipalities, including Dipali Sengli, Govenenberg, Gersibande district, and Emalahleni, underspending on infrastructure grants means are denied road, water, sanitation, and other essential services. Municipalities that fail to spend allocated resources must receive target support, but where incompetency or negligence exists, consequences must follow. Honorable Speaker, we also acknowledge and welcome the department asbestos eradication plan and the allocation of 67 million to address the asbestos roofed houses in Tabachwe, Victor Kanye, Tembisilahani municipality. No family should continue to live under hazardous roofing material decades into democracy. We urge the department to ensure that implementation proceed with delay and that the traditional municipality benefit from the failure funding allocation. Honorable Speaker, we will therefore support the budget vote while continue to exercise vigilant oversight to ensure that the comments before the House are translated into translatable outcome for the people of Mpumalanga. Honorable Speaker, we see you, Honorable Mashilo, we see you, Honorable Tomo, we see you, Jackie Masia. Thank you very much.
Your English have exceeded the allocated time.
Yeah, but you didn't say wind up.
I'm looking at the time, and I'm happy with that. I can't remind you when you see the time. You must keep on consistent looking at the time. Your English have exceeded. No, it does not change the price of the bread. The time is gone. We now move to call upon Honorable T.S. Koza from the ANC. You are allocated 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. To the Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members of this August House, the traditional leadership led by the Provincial Chair of the House, our pastors, all protocol observed. The ANC Policy Manifesto on Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs is aligned with chapters 3, 7, and 12 of the Constitution, which provide for cooperative governance, local government, and traditional leadership. The Department of COGSTA is responsible for supporting and monitoring municipalities, building local government capacity, developing sustainable human settlement, and strengthening traditional institutions. In line with the ANC manifesto, the department is mandated to advance the following priorities. Number 1, cooperative governance. The department must promote cooperation between all spheres of government to ensure coordinated planning and efficient service delivery. Number 2, local government. The department must monitor municipalities, provide support where required, and ensure that municipalities uphold transparency and accountability, maintain sustainable and effective governance, deliver sustainable basic services such as water, electricity, and sanitation. Number 3, traditional leadership. The department must strengthen traditional leadership and community institutions, support effective functioning of House of Traditional Leaders, and facilitate the administration of customary law. The department is also required to strengthen municipal capacity and provide intervention mechanisms where governance challenges affect service delivery. In essence, its strategic priorities focus on functional local government, integrated human settlement, and strengthened traditional governance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government, through this department, has made notable progress in delivering on these priorities. A total number of 4,310 residential sites were delivered across the province, including 650 sites in Bombela and 1,234 sites in Emalahleni, creating opportunities for citizens to build their homes and improve their living conditions. The department has also provided temporary relief to communities affected by heavy rains, flooding, and hailstorms. To improve public participation and responsiveness, the department launched the Live Mpakatsi app, enabling residents to report service delivery challenges directly to local and provincial government structures. The successful conduct of traditional council election strengthened transparency, accountability, and community participation within traditional governance structures. In addition, a service delivery monitoring tool was introduced, allowing residents to track the status of reported complaints and incidents, whether resolved or still outstanding. The department further completed the design and construction of bulk infrastructure supporting integrated human settlement, including projects linked to the Mapulaneng Hospital development in Bushbuckridge local municipality. Honorable Deputy Speaker, traditional leaders remain custodians of communal land and play a vital role in governance, development, and social cohesion within rural communities. For them to fulfill this role effectively, continued support from government remains essential. Despite the progress made, the department continues to face several challenges. These include mismanagement of funds by some municipal officials, resulting in audit findings and governance concerns. Growing pressure on municipalities to provide water, electricity, maintain local roads as communities continue to expand. Frequent electricity disruptions caused by overloaded transformers and electricity theft. Escalating municipal debts, particularly in municipalities such as Mkondo, Govenimpegi, Emalahleni, and Steve Tshwete. Litigation matters that place additional pressure on limited resources. Dysfunctionality and financial mismanagement within communal property associations that have successfully reclaimed historically dispossessed land. Traditional leadership disputes within certain royal households, which affects governance and administration. Notwithstanding these challenges, the department continues to provide financial support to traditional councils when hosting annual cultural ceremonies such as Ummemo. We have also seen the refurbishment of tribal offices and the provision of essential administrative resources to improve the functioning of traditional institutions. Furthermore, the department has partnered with the traditional leaders in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, helping to strengthen awareness and community mobilization against this societal challenge. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the progress achieved by the department demonstrates the ANC-led government's commitment to improving municipal performance, expanding housing opportunities, strengthening traditional institutions, and enhancing service delivery. The African National Congress therefore supports the budget tabled by Honorable MEC Mashilo and moves for its adoption as it advances the priorities of our manifesto and provides the resources required to build capable municipalities, sustainable human settlement, and stronger traditional governance institutions. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Swenki. Thank you, Swenki. We now move to Honorable S.J. Masango from DA. You are allocated 5 minutes. Izanayo Masungwana.
Angilochisa sekela somlomo, ngilochisa nondunankulu amalunga wonke wesiphethamthetho, ngidumedishe modula situlo Kgoshi Mokoena le magosha lengona mo. Honorable Deputy Speaker, angithi dudu ebukhosini bakwaManala emndenini ngokucima kwelanga. Deputy Speaker, we are today gathered here to debate the Coxstar budget vote for 2026-27. However, service delivery in our municipalities remain a sinking ship. Every infrastructure is deteriorating. Honorable Speaker, however, let me begin by thanking the MEC, the department, for heeding the DA's call to address and prioritize the houses with asbestos roofs in Tembisilahani, being an issue that we were extremely vocal about it. I welcome the 67 million that we committed to address an issue that caused the residents of Verena sleepless nights. I hope the budget is enough to address the problem. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Coxstar is not only pivotal in ensuring that people have access to service delivery as mandated by our Bill of Rights, but they are responsible for restoring dignity and giving people a life that they can be proud of. When I questioned the MEC last week about the financial crisis in Emalahleni and Govan-Begi local municipality, he laughed, stating that he is reluctant to place this municipality under financial administration. But in the end, who are we hating? Not the very same people who voted for the ANC. Honorable MEC, this is the only last option you have, nothing else. Honorable Speaker, as we debate today, Emalahleni and Govan-Begi tried to pass budgets that were unfunded by 10.1 billion and 349.3 million respectively. How can this municipality provide services to their people when the budget that we pass shows that there is no money to live up to our commitments? Through you, Honorable Speaker, I thus wish to ask MEC, what is our plan for these two municipalities? Does the MEC know whether their budgets have been given to Coxstar and Treasury, and will Provincial Treasury be taking a firm stance on municipalities that have been passing unlawful budgets for numerous years? In other words, what is being done differently? Honorable Speaker, situations like the above cannot continue. To address the above, I propose that we focus on the following: addressing poor revenue generation by ensuring accurate billing systems are in place, use of smart metering system, and enforcing effective control measures. Constant monitoring of financial positions of Emalahleni and Govan-Begi and their implementation of their financial recovery plans. The AG has always flagged lawlessness and a lack of accountability in all our municipalities. Restore collapsed institutional structure by holding officials to account, enforce consequence management, and strengthen internal controls. We need functional municipality to create a sustainable jobs, sort out water shortages in all of our municipalities, because it is not only killing industries, but it is killing jobs. Moving to the human settlement, I welcome the decision to capacitate the department by addressing the 14.6 vacancy rate. However, despite the above, I'm extremely concerned by the backlog that is standing currently at 329.73 thousand as we speak now. Honorable Speaker, I maintain that the issue in the department's housing initiative can only be addressed if we find a way to address our housing output, because building less than 2,000 houses in a financial year is a drop in the ocean. We must hold contractors to account for shoddy workmanship and blacklist underperforming ones. We must pay contractors in time, build complete houses projects. Residents will wait many years for RDP houses that are completed, but not handed over as they are not connected to services. Audit previous projects built in the past 8 years to ascertain if it is being occupied by the rightful owners or beneficiaries. There are a lot of foreigners who are purchasing or occupying these houses illegally. Let us ensure that municipalities are a coalface of service delivery and that we restore dignity to the people of Mpumalanga. I thank you. Akapheli English ne?
No,
Kuphela isikhathi.
yeah, isinto sakho siphelile Sam. Your vernacular, it's exceeded. We are now calling upon the Honorable L.W. Weber from Freedom Front Plus. So that your
What is I've already pressed that. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I've listened very carefully to the address from the Honourable MEC. It was a well-delivered address. I especially welcome his invitation to opposition parties to offer solutions. But we can only offer solutions if we pinpoint the problem. And I've already alluded to these problems in my member statement this morning, where I pinpointed the over-allocation of funds to the payment of salaries of personnel, to the point where municipalities do not serve the ratepayers anymore. Municipalities serve the interests of personnel. That's something that must be addressed very seriously. Whereas the guideline for the allocation of funds to the payment of salaries to personnel is between 25% and 40% of the budget, virtually all the municipalities exceed that. They allocate more than 40% to of their budgets to the payment of salaries of personnel. The solution that we want to offer to the Honourable MEC is, and I've already alluded to that in my member statement this morning, you must cap that. You must make it impossible for municipalities to exceed a certain percentage of their funding of salaries of personnel. The result of this over-allocation of payments of salaries of personnel, the result of that is that there's no money left to the maintenance of infrastructure, whereas the guideline to the municipalities to allocate funds to the maintenance of infrastructure is 8% of their budget. This percentage has plummeted to about 2% on average for the whole area which we serve. We want to once again...
Until the date?
Must I complete?
Yes.
I thought we were friends.
Okay.
I want to strongly advocate that we force the municipalities to allocate at least 8% of their budget to the maintenance of the infrastructure in their area. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. We now move to Honorable F.T. Mashiane from Action SA. You are allocated 3 minutes, madam.
Good morning, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Premier, Honourable Members, traditional leaders here, all protocol observed. Let me first pay my respect to the only executive mayor in the country who works for her people, the executive mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, who represents Action SA in that council. Honourable Speaker, Action SA has carefully considered budget vote for the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. The department has been allocated 2.37 billion for the 2026-27 financial year. While we welcome investment aimed at improving housing delivery, supporting municipalities and strengthening traditional leadership institutions, the real test will be whether this budget delivers results for the people of Mpumalanga. Honourable Speaker, housing remains one of the greatest challenges facing our province. Thousands of residents continue to wait for decent housing while projects are delayed, incomplete, or scaled down due to funding constraints. We are particularly concerned by the reduction of more than 115 million in grant funding. which will inevitably place additional pressure on housing delivery at a time when demand continues to grow. Action SA is also concerned by the significant reduction in capital expenditure, particularly where it affects systems responsible for title deeds, beneficiary management, and housing administration. If government is serious about restoring dignity through ownership, these systems should be strengthened, not weakened. We further note the ongoing challenges surrounding the asbestos eradicating program. While the allocation of 66 billion is welcomed, it remains far below what is required to address the backlog. Communities living under unsafe asbestos roofs deserve greater agency from government. Honorable Speaker, the people of Mpumalanga are tired of project delays, work stoppages, and missed deadlines. Far too often, this legislature and its portfolio committees are presented with the same explanation: insufficient funding, contractor challenges, and implementation delays. The people we serve expect delivery, not excuses. For this reason, Action SA believes that stronger oversight, improved project management, and greater accountability must accompany this budget. Action SA will therefore support Budget Vote 4. However, our support is conditional on measurable progress in housing delivery, title deed transfers, municipal support programs, and the eradication of asbestos housing. We will continue to hold the department accountable to ensure the commitments made in this House translate into real outcomes for the people of Mpumalanga. I thank you.
Stowaza.
I expected hands for the Executive Mayor of Tshwane.
Oh, okay. Njenganje sizakuthatha leli thuba simemele umntwana enkosi ethi nyani lesilo lisangaphambili lizakudlulisa umlayezo ejameleni umbutho iANC ndabezitha wabelwe imzuzu engu8 umntwana enkosi. Sithokoza.
Ngiyathokoza Masungubala wakafatsha nasongethe somlomo. Ngihloniphe indunakulo yekhethu eMpumalanga. Ngihlonipha amalunga ahloniphekileko wesibetha mthetho. Ngihloniphe intatanyiso ezikhethekileko. Ngihloniphe ke usihlalo waleli komiti elibumbeneko mhlonitshwa ngwana Khoshi Mokoni. Komiti ya itsiba meetlo ya gesho ya gore ditau tla o tlhoga sefotja le tlholwa ke nare ete e tlhotsa. So we are together in this committee. Honorable Speaker, le department noma lo mnyango unikelwe amandla wokuqiniseka umbuso ohlanganeleko nokusekela amakhosi esifundeni sethu seMpumalanga. Lokho kufaka phakathi ukutsheja nokwelusa imikhandlu yabo masipala bekhaya nokwenza ukuthi amakhosi nabo masipala bafikelele emberegweni wabo abanikelwe wona. Lokho kufaka nokukhuthaza ngaphakathi umbuso ohlwengekileko nokulawulwa kwemali okuphilileko nokutshejiweko. Begodi ke sihlalo lokho kufaka ngaphakathi umbuso onokuziphendulela nombuso nomnyango oqalisise ukwakhiwa kombuso ohlwengekileko nophendula inkinga zomphakathi ngendlela efaneleko nokuqiniseka ubudlelwano phakathi kombuso nokuletha insiza emphakathini nokwenza ukuthi umphakathi uziphendulele nokwenza ukuthi umphakathi ukwazi ukulandelela lokho esikubiza ukuthi oversight ekwakhiweni kwemthethwana yombuso. Honorable Speaker and members, the department annual performance plan APP is in line with the medium-term development plan MTDP 2024 to 2029. The department has developed a 5-year strategic plan to be in line with the new medium-term development plan MTDP, which serve as a 5-year medium term for the 7 administration. It also serves as the implementation framework for the National Development Plan and NDP. National Development Plan, which is NDP. The existing long-term plan for South African towards Vision 2030 The department also indicates that the purpose of the MDP will continue to align to the goals and objectives of the NDP principles, priorities of statement of intent of the Government of National Unity, which is GNU. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the department has reported on the development of agreed policy agenda, which will include policy priorities for the GNU to give effective following priorities. Strategic priority number 1, drive inclusive growth and job creation. Strategic priority number 2, reduce poverty, tackle high cost of living. Strategic priority number 3, build capable, ethical, and developmental state. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, recently sizakhumbula ukuthi ke kwaba nenguruuru nezulu elidumako nengukhukhula ezasahlela imkhandlu yalapha eKomazi nalapha eBushbuckridge, and sakhumbula ke sihlalo ukuthi imizi yatsirimezekako neyabhurukako yanikezwa inhlabagelo zokuthi iphefumule kancane nekusabuthelelwa ilwazi lokuthi ihelejwe. Siyakhumbula ke sihlalo ukuthi imizi yatsirimezekako neyabhurukako ibalelwa ekhulwini namasumi alikhomba elekwezi zindlu ezintathu, and-ke lezo zindlu lezo ubunengi bazo ezimasumi amathathu nambili zilapha eBushbuckridge, bese ezilikhulu namasumi amane nanye ziseKomazi. We note that the National Department of Human Settlement is working on process to undertake detailed assessment to inform the Department of COGTA regarding their intervention. At the same time, several projects remain in design or procurement phases, including Wamhluchwa, Grootvlei, Leslie Extension 8, Umjindi, and Umjindi bridges. The department continues to prioritize the provision of bulk infrastructure before internal reticulation to ensure sustainability and avoid incomplete development. Hence, projects such as Kumani and Mashishini bulk sewer development are nearing completion, with implementation and progress at approximately 95%. Honorable Speaker, the department has identified several critical vacancies that require urgent filling to strengthen the governance and operational capacity service delivery. We note that the position at the senior management level, including the position of Superintendent General or HOD of the department, two deputy directors, the Chief Financial Office, 2 Chief Director posts, and 5 directors level positions. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we note and appreciate that the meeting was held between the department with the Minister of Electricity to find some solutions on municipality owing ESCOM, and hoping that the meeting yielded positive result. The Minister of Electricity proposed a distribution agency agreement that the municipality should have with ESCOM to improve their financial standard by assisting with revenue collection and payment of ESCOM debt. Honorable Speaker, in terms of our annual performance plan, the department has planned the township establishment service site. The department is advancing township establishment and strategy to reduce housing backlog and reclaim land for the people. We note that in Kangala, 10 integrated human settlements developments are underway. In Iraq, Tubelihla extension in Malahleni proclaimed. In Steve Shweten, Newtown and Rondebosch progressing. In Tembisile and Verina Wamhlanga have approved general plans proclamation delayed due to the state land release. In Dr. Jess Muroka, Muribe Gardens, Volvekral approved in March 2026. In Hertzibande, Flakfontein Secunda Extension 76 and Brandon Village progressing approval and environment authorization. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the department indicate the contribution to the achievement of strategic priorities number 1, drive inclusive growth and job creation. Ngilimele mntwana kwethu.
Yawulimele skun.
Honorable Speaker, as the committee,
Limele.
the ANC support a total budget of 2,370,438,000. The Department of Cooperative Governments and Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs, Coxstar. Thank you. Ngiyathokoza.
Because ubujanyiswa njani?
Izindebele ziphelile manje.
Angamlisi ngimgagarele. Ngimgagarele skun.
Umkakarale nge-soft hands.
Izindebele anisizwa ngimgagarele skun. Bengagarela yena njenganje. Ngimgagarele. Ngibuye naye ubukhosi. Okay siyathokoza. Kulungile asi RGS bakaservice ngwana khoshi ndate mashilo. Are fepulelo.
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Let me welcome the debates. Honorable members, they've been sued. That's good. To Honorable Nkosi, yes, Honorable Nkosi, we agree with the issue in terms of supporting Amakos is one of our priority, and indeed supporting our municipality. So I want to agree with yourself in that regard. To Honorable Lokele, there's a different, and you must go and read a number of documents up including the meaning of the opposition. What is the of the opposition. But of course, the issue of the resources that are depleted in the country, and we do fight for our side. As we know, when the economy is not going, there are problems in the world. We got affected as well. And a number of challenges, including your free education, your HI, you can mention all of them, the pulling out of America and supporting some of the health programs. It will always compete with departments, and we are part of the competition. So the resources what we receive cannot be sufficient, and does not mean that we are not fighting. We will always present our budget and up to the treasurer to find us in that regard. So we are doing that. Asbestos, you can see we have done the best. In this 7th administration, we focus on the eradications of asbestos. I think we must give us credit for that. But of course, the meaning of opposition remains, so that we understand that. We joined this department in these administrations with our premier. We found these other challenges not being eradicated, and we're busy. Currently, we'll be finishing those areas, and we'll be starting with the bigger municipalities. The bigger municipalities is Mbombela, Govan Mbeki, Emalahleni, and we've left them, not deliberately, because of our plans. We'll do them later on, so that we're not everywhere and we do the permuter services. We want to complete project and do away with it and start another project. I think that's our strategy in that regard. Insofar as the disaster is concerned, well, disasters they are there, and that's why our plan is no longer planning a disaster, is to say what we do. And we can take a radical approach to say, look, prune areas that are prone to disaster, what do we do? Maybe we must say, relocate everybody there. Is it worth it? How much will it cost this government? And all those issues. But something must be done. And that's our discussions at the moment where we are. The 1,000, you are not paying traditional leaders, so that we don't confuse the two. And if you were debating from the members, and I'm quite happy with the members that were debating, they are sitting in the portfolio committee. They comprehend the issues. Now, when we bamba pezu,
The 1,000 is a stipend for part-time, yes, councillors, part-time councillors. They must work elsewhere. They must be employed elsewhere. It could be the teacher, a principal, a doctor, whatever. And at a sporadic time, he might go and contribute at the TC where he belongs. He might work in Nelspruit as a teacher and over a weekend and meet at that area. So you can't expect us to pay that person more money. You see, we've got to balance it. Unless we want to use this as a job creation, it's not. And that's where we'll always misunderstand the issues. And so the issue of 1,000 could be small, of course, but it's better than nothing. Now, on the issue around the land invasion, yes, the land invasion is there, and we shouldn't. And the elections are coming. Some people want to be voted by just encouraging people to invade land. You must know the repercussions. You know, just know the repercussions about that. And I think that's the matter we're dealing with. That's why we're putting a number of legislations, the laws. In my presentation, I've shown that the dispute committee made the recommendations that we must arrest the people, up including whether it's a traditional leader who just invade the land, we must do that. And I think that's the issue we'll bring them later on in that regard. So there's no way we can just leave the issues unattended. Our municipalities, yes, are struggling, but there are those who are doing good. And there are those who moved from bad to better. And for that, it's like someone who is not healthy and today is better, we must credit that person. So it's not a question that we are not doing anything in that regard. So therefore, your argument is... But ask this question, if we don't approve the budget, what do you expect must happen about these municipalities? For now, once again, see, maybe we must go and relook the issue of opposition. The answer could be there as well. Well, I think Honorable Malachi, we want to indeed appreciate your debate. As a member of the committee, you fully comprehend the issues. Not everything is good. There are a number of challenges that we are faced with. And together we should be able to confront those issues. And I think from what he has raised, Honorable Malachi, it gives hope that there should be something. Of course, we must hold any person accountable. That's why I said the white paper review is seeks to professionalize the municipal officials as well, so that that issue is coming forth. And for that point, we think we are good. Insofar as the land is concerned, the title deed we are giving to our people is to make sure that amongst issues, we do return land to them. And we should avoid people selling the houses. And that's why our strategy is to say, as we give out the housing, the conveyancers must be ready to provide the houses, to provide the title deed. As we complete the house, it must have a title deed, so that we avoid people selling those RDP houses, which is not correct. Of course, the issue of incomplete houses, we shall complete them, but there are areas where we have put services and want those people, municipalities, to sell those sites to recover the money to do other things, as well as making sure like Gamhlushwa and Ronebosch, Extension 34 in the Msuwalikwa and many other areas we want them to allocate. Honorable Kosa, we agree with yourself. Continuously, traditional leaders remain the pillar in the province, and we shall support them as that. The bigger challenge is the bulk in the many areas. Like Gamhlushwa, we've put services. Municipality could not put the bulk. Here in Mbombela as well, around Msholos, the municipality were to put a bulk there. And the point we realized that there will be a crisis as well, where to come in. So the challenges are quite big. And some of these challenges are land invasion. We must go and look at Matafeni and say, who were the people behind the invasion of a Matafeni? And what should happen in a Matafeni? So these are the challenges that the government is faced, but you can't run away as this government. We shall confront them, and that's why we talk about the upgrading. If you talk in Pemelweni, where Honorable Lukele you are from, it's different than what used to be before. You see, when you were CDW there, you know the problems. You left them there running away, they will remain the problem there, as they are now in Pemelweni. But it's different in Pemelweni today than what it used to be in the past. Honorable Masango, yes, Honorable Masango, you correct. The planning is the most effective issues. But as I said earlier, putting municipalities under Section 139 could be the last option. But those who have put them in the past, we haven't get anything better than what? The only solution I've shown before, Section 154 of the Constitution and 155, which is a major support to municipalities. That's what we must do all the time. But of course, we are not necessarily ruling altogether that we can't move to that area when we are pushed to do that. We'll do it, of course, because it's there in the Constitution. It's one of the ultimate remedy in that regard. Now, on the issue around the shortage of water in the province, well, the province, well, we agree that water is a scarce resource. However, our bigger challenge is not necessarily the shortage. The challenge we are faced with is the infrastructure leakages. We've got too much infrastructure leakages. And AG did reflect that to say municipalities are losing a lot of water. And remember, those water are being purified. If we can able to address that issue, we'll be moving towards getting water available in that area. Some municipalities lose up to 40% of the water. If we can cap that 40%, honestly speaking, we shall have water. And we've identified those municipalities who are quite aware, and our plan is at an advanced stage in that regard. The foreigners, well, the response that we are dealing with now is try to seek this issue of foreigners. But the foreigners, as we said many times, we are contributors, all of us, to the foreigners. I said if we can ask, we might find majority of you here, you've got the domestic worker and it's a foreign, and some that are looking after your cattle and whatever, blah, blah. Now, this one challenge to our face, but a foreigner cannot occupy the house. The Constitution is clear. Even the refugee, you can have all the other benefits except the benefit of getting an RTP house. You can't get it. You see, and they will be able to do that. In the event there's such incidents, let's deal with it so that we can deal with it together. The backlog is just too much. We agree the response is just too low. But what do we do? That's why I showed you in the presentation to say we've got 39,000 in here. Here we're going to have 29,000 there. That's in return because everybody who does not have a house or a site, he thinks he can get an RDP and can convert RDP into a beautiful house storeroom. Hence, our approach is to provide sites to our people so that they can do that. Then drastically we shall reduce the number of people looking for RDP houses. Honorable Weber, the issue of the overpayment, the law currently does cap 35% of your salary wage bill. It's capped already. We don't have this capped. To say you can't pay over 35% in terms of your wage bill. And I think this is what we should move and implement. Because if municipalities are not collecting, obviously they will pay above the 45% of their wage bill. But the more the income goes up, it will automatically reduce percentage. That's how percentages work. If the income is less, the percentages go up. If the income is more, the percentages go low. And I think that's how we'll attend that issue of the wage at the level of municipalities. So in effect, we agree with you that we should capped, but it's already capped. In terms of the percentage to the maintenance, there is currently, and we agree municipalities' budget as they have approved them now. We did not approve municipalities without their amount to maintenance because our issue was that we can't continuously put infrastructure we don't maintain. It's like having a suit that you don't wash it all the time. It will get torn. And I thought that's the approach that we have. Honorable Mashian, yes, The issue of asbestos, we support you in that regard. Well, Mayor of Tshwane is in Tshwane. You are here in Mbombela. Next time you must praise your mayor here, Honorable Mashiane, so that you can get services. Otherwise, the mayor must consider closing your water there, so that you can praise there next time. But the stoppage, what we have advised municipalities, when they foresee this scrupulous, because government were determined, to step up, any project cannot be stopped. They must do the interdict. Municipalities must interdict those people so that we can arrest them. So that we don't just speak, say people are stopping project. There must be a person who does that. There must be a ringleader who wants to extort the money, and we are ready. We are ready. I think over a period of time we might have seen any person is not immune to be arrested. And therefore, if such incident happens, let's bring forth so that we can attend the matters. To Honorable Ndabazita, Inkosi Mahlangu. No, Ndabazita, we agree with you. Quite sad the areas we have just mentioned. I might not have mentioned everything, but because of a member of the portfolio committee, a number of areas where we are putting services, and those areas that we are now going to proclaim. As we proclaim, some people can start to purchase the sites and build for themselves as they move forward. But generally, these items are before the APPs as such. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Yabo.
Thank you very much, Khosh Mashilo. Thank you. That concludes the debate on vote 4. And now the question before the House, honorable members, is whether we agree. Honorable Ngosi?
Agreed.
So agreed. I will now invite the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Order number 3, Policy and Budget Speech on Vote 8, Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport.
I now call upon the MEC Usbari to table the report before.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Sibali. Honorable Premier Mandla Ndlovu, the members of the executive, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Comrade Eva Makabane, the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, that are part of this sitting today. The chairperson of Salga, who's also a friend and a reliable ally, Comrade Waltam Gomezulu. The former HOD with his wife, Dr. Charles Morake Moloro, who's part of us here today. The acting head of department, that are here today. Central Provincial Head, Ms. Mabui Mhlanga, with the veteran journalist Ubaba Vusmona, Mam Melba, representative of the labor and business formation, leadership of the taxi industry, led here by the Santaco chairperson, Ubabus Banyon, who is also the deputy president of Santaco, who has been recently elected. Bus industry, esteemed guest, representative of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker, a year ago, standing before this house, we made a commitment to the people of Mpumalanga. A commitment that Kupunyal Tuli and Mpumalanga will not remain a slogan, but will become a visible doctrine of action for our roads, our bridges, and public infrastructure. Through Kupunyal Tuli and Mpumalanga, we committed to mobilize and activate full developmental capacity and productive capabilities of the department. We committed that our graders will be actively deployed across our roads. Our TLPs will break the new ground. Our tipper trucks will hold the materials of development, and our jet patchers will restore damaged surfaces, and our excavators and bulldozers will lay the foundations of a province in motion. Today, Speaker and Premier, we return to this House not only in an aspiration alone, but in measured progress, as the department achieved 80% of its planned target during the 2025-2026 financial year, improving, of course, on the 79 achieved in the preceding year. Speaker, I rise before this House today wearing the working attire of our department, not as a fashion statement, but representing the organized human capital of the department. It is also a sign of our readiness to toil in the mud and dust that characterize the construction industry, where the foundations of the department are laid and the future of our province is built. This is a declaration of work in motion. Our yellow machinery across the province, our artisans in overalls, our engineers, the technicians in mechanical workshops, quantity surveyors and built environment professionals, and all our employees working very hard, translating policy into tangible physical realities. Indeed, Speaker, as the handyman of government, we are acutely aware that government works when public works. The question before us is therefore no longer whether Kupunya Luthuli has begun. The question that now confronts us, Premier, is more profound. How far are we prepared to go? And what must we do next to sustain this upward trajectory? Speaker, as we reflect on this journey, we draw on the insights of Professor Busani Ngcaweni in his reflection on his seminal writing, Frontiers of National and International Development. He cautions against despair as a final response to the ambiguity of history and instead calls for the disciplined construction of capable institutions that translate intent into tangible outcomes. In a similar vein, former President Thabo Mbeki reminds us that development is fundamentally rooted in the expansion of productive capacity and that infrastructure constitutes the material foundation upon which economic transformation and inclusive growth must be built. These reflections affirm a foundational proposition as we table our policy and budget vote 8 for the 2026-2027 financial year. Speaker, the recent tragic events on our roads bring into focus the agency and human dimension of our mandate. It is with heavy heart, Premier, that I must reflect on a devastating accident that occurred 3 weeks ago on Thursday morning on the 21st of May 2026. Our province continues to carry the emotional weight of this incident following a horrific head-on collision between a minibus taxi and a bus on the R39 road between Standerton and Makhason. This horrific crash claimed 10 innocent lives, all of whom were occupants of the minibus taxi, including its driver. 8 passengers perished instantly at the scene, while 2 more succumbed to their injuries in the hospital. These were breadwinners and colleagues, primarily workers heading out to build our economic sector, whose journeys were cut short under the dark and a heavy morning mist. On behalf of the Mpumalanga Provincial Government, I stand here to convey our deepest, most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families, friends, and co-workers affected by this painful loss. We also pray for the swift and full recovery of those who sustained serious injuries. We acknowledge that severe mist conditions heavily reduced visibility that morning. However, no schedule, no deadline, and no rush to work is ever with the priceless value of human life. Therefore, I am issuing a clarion call, Honorable Speaker, to all public transport operators, corporate transit providers, and private motorists across the province. Please adjust your speed to changing weather conditions. Keep your headlights on and exercise absolute patience on our roads. As a province, we stand fully prepared for the upcoming rollout of Administrative Adjudication Road Traffic Offences Act. Let it be clear, Honorable Speaker, ARTO is not a revenue generating tool, but another saving intervention brought by government. Speaker and honorable members, today we gather at this sacred month of June, a month etched into the soul of our nation. This year carries a profound weight, for we mark exactly half a century since heroic youth of 1976 rose up against the machinery of oppression. 50 years ago, the streets of Soweto became the theater of defining moment in our liberation struggle, as a generation of young people stood firm in the face of repressive system. They did not flinch. They confronted apartheid with courage and conviction, demanding a future in which dignity, freedom, and justice will prevail. It was this unyielding courage in the face of oppression that helped dismantle the pillars of tyranny. Our youth of 1976 fought for the political and social rights we now enjoy. Yet we must acknowledge the hard truth that political freedom on its own remains incomplete without economic emancipation. It is therefore young people of today who must carry forward this unfinished task of transformation. They remain central to our developmental agenda, both as participants in the labor force and as emerging professionals whose skills, innovation, and expertise are essential to building a capable and growing economy. Honorable Speaker and members, the department continues to navigate a highly constrained operating environment, while Mpumalanga Medium-Term Development Plan aims to 3% to 5% annual growth. The short-term outlook is revised downward to 1.3% to 2% due to the national and global pressures. This economic slowdown is primarily driven by the following critical factors: international trade instability affecting mining and agriculture, geopolitical tensions in the Middle East driving fuel volatility and global supply chain disruption, and the recent floods that damaged infrastructure and disrupted tourism, mining, and agriculture. Flood damage repairs costs are estimated at 2 billion. However, the spending on the emergency repair diverts resources away from the long-term growth investment. The plan is not simply to restore damaged infrastructure, but build back better with a strategic shift towards a climate-resilient infrastructure. This resilience agenda extends to energy. South Africa has recently celebrated a year of uninterrupted national power supply, but this is not enough to secure future demand. The department is therefore pushing to diversify energy sources in public buildings. A key example is that the solar panel installation here at the Riverside Government Complex is back on track. This initiative is intended to reduce reliance on ESCOM. In addition, I recently handed over transferring advanced solar power system, diesel generators, and energy storage inventories to my esteemed counterpart, MEC Manzini of the Department of Health. This equipment, donated by the People's Republic of China, represents a massive leap forward in securing our social infrastructure, protecting our healthcare facilities from future disruption. Speaker, 6 of the 7 key road projects promised to be delivered in the previous year. Speaker, 6 of the 7 key road projects promised in the previous year were completed. The one exception is the D481 road between Mooiplaas and Egulinden, which has been delayed by business disruption, difficult underground geology, and poor contractor performance. Despite these setbacks, portions of the 7.2 kilometers have already been tarred with a revised completion date of June 2026. In sharp contrast of these challenges stands the impressive completion of Road D2274 north of Hendrina, which was officially opened in April 2026. The project further included the construction of a washedway culvert on Road D383 in Arnott. This 13-kilometer stretch is more than just an asphalt. It is a vital economic artery for the Nkangala region. It diverts coal trucks away from the central Hendrina, thus reducing congestion and improving safety. Phase 2 of Road P33/4 between Hazyview and Sebi, which is about 7.7 kilometers, was completed in February 2026, strengthening a key tourism corridor linked to the Panorama routes and the Kruger National Park region. The project also incorporated nano-modified pavement stabilization technology as a cost-effective and durable innovation. Honorable Speaker, a number of road safety audits were undertaken across the province, leading to the replacement of 6 corrugated culverts through the AMCO Culvert Replacement Program. In the 2026-2027 financial year, we will continue with this program, and a budget of 30 million has been allocated to replace the following 2 corrugated culverts: culvert on road P2/10 N4 to Sudwala Caves, culvert on road P5/5 Amsterdam to Swaziland border post. Beyond capital projects, we implemented several road maintenance works through the Kupunyal Tuli initiative. This included patching, blading, regraveling, grass cutting, drain clearing, and road marking. Despite fiscal constraints, the department exceeded its road maintenance target by March 2026. For the new financial year, Honorable Speaker, the department is allocating 2.3 billion to transport infrastructure, focusing on routes important for rural growth, tourism, and coal transportation. New projects due to commence this year include the following: Road D2950 from Steenbok to D797, Road D2940 from D797 towards Pivamdladla, which is phase 1, Road P216/1 Embalenhle to Sekunda, which is phase 1, Road D2571 from R37 to P171/1 Leightonburg bypass, and Kedlembane Ring Road in Binari, here in Bombela. Road D2953 Kahoyi village is currently at an advanced design stage and is planned for completion in the second quarter. The project will go out on tender on the third quarter, with project commencement planned for the fourth quarter of this financial year. Projects scheduled for completion include the following routes: Road D4407 between Hlubukane and Tibavati, Road D3960 and D4442 Gamotibiti and Rainbow, Road D2950 from D797 to Dludluma including Ring Road, Road D1723 Lupisi between D636 and P258/1. Speaker, I'm glad to share that we have overcome the profound structural and logistical challenges we faced since the announcement of the Emalahleni Bridge and Trikopis Bridge in the 2023 State of the Province Address. The Emalahleni Bridge is a technically complex because it requires relocation of underground fiber, gas, water, and sewer services. Various service providers have been appointed, and enabling works will commence on an accelerated strategy the moment this underground network are secured. In an equal thrilling milestone, the procurement process for the Trikopis Bridge has been successfully finalized. As we speak, Speaker, I'm planning that next week I must hand over the contractor to the community of Trikopis so that in August we can start with the construction of the bridge. Honorable Speaker, the province is home to the second largest portion of SANRAL's network, national network. The national agency takeover of key provincial routes is already producing visible improvements. The flagship example is the R540, which restored the link between Belfast, Dahlstrom, and Leightonburg. These interventions has also safeguarded Dahlstrom status as a premier destination for flying, fishing, and nature admirers, ensuring this scenic road remains a safe and accessible engine for our regional economy. Speaker, we are building the momentum achieved on the R540. Through this collaboration approach, the Panorama Route Reimagine initiative is set to become another powerful economic and tourism catalyst in Mpumalanga. Its positive ripple effects will stimulate and strengthen the province's entire tourism value chain. The department, together with SANRAL, is fully committed to this initiative. Paving the road, physically and figuratively, is prospective. Our shared focus on pioneering resilient road infrastructure ensures Mpumalanga remains safe, radiant, and deeply attractive to both domestic and international visitors. Speaker, Mpumalanga has built projects unmatched by any other province in our post-apartheid democracy. These projects stand as enduring monuments to our shared vision, collective resilience, and unwavering commitment to the dignity of our people. In my first address to this House, I made a solemn pledge to complete 4 critical projects that are essential for provincial prosperity. Today, Speaker, I stand before you to report on our progress. Since the commitment, we have successfully completed the Mpumalanga International Food Market. That is why the Premier said, akuvumi ukuthathule. And Mkondo boarding school. Furthermore, major construction of the Mpumalanga Parliamentary Village is now substantially complete, including the delivery of 28 of the 31 houses. The 3 outstanding houses and ancillary works are planned to be completed by the 31st of August 2026. The most significant challenge is the new Mapulaneng Hospital. This project has faced disruptions, bad weather, and performance-related challenges. After terminating the service provider for Phase 3A, the department issued a new tender in May 2026 to appoint a replacement contractor. An acceleration plan will be developed and a close monitoring to complete this will be followed. For 2026-2027, client departments have allocated 2.7 billion for 95 social infrastructure development, including the following: 77 schools to empower our youth, 7 healthcare facilities to heal our people, 6 cultural and sports hubs to unite our youth, 5 social development centers to support the vulnerable. Speaker, the department is also reclaiming its construction site. We commit to continue with this aggressive response under the Durban Declaration of crime-free construction sites adopted in 2024. To our valued partners, the South African Police Service, the CIDB, National Treasury, and across the wider industry, thank you for standing shoulder to shoulder with us in this critical mission. Together, we will win the fight against construction mafias. Speaker, South Africa's official unemployment rate rose to 32.7% in Q1 of 2026, while Mpumalanga rose to 49.6%, the highest quarterly increase in the country. The department sits at the absolute nexus of this crisis and acts as the primary link between government policy and real-world job creation. To this regard, it has positioned the expanded public works program as a core anti-poverty and job creation mechanism. In the past year, Mpumalanga created 35,788 work opportunities, with the department contributing 8,621. For the current year, the provincial administration plans to create 38,258. Additionally, EPWP opportunities targeted especially at 22,955 women, 21,042 youth, and 765 persons with disability. The department separately aims to create over 8,000 jobs through artisan development, real estate training, siatendela, and internships and learnership programs. To support this, the department has signed a memorandum of understanding with TVET colleges across the province, the Mpumalanga Regional Training Trust, with the intention to linking projects to work integrated learning and broader workforce upskilling. Fundamentally, we are altering how we utilize our infrastructure budget. We are restructuring this budget to get people into formal apprenticeship programs and marketable trades such as plumbing, bricklaying, and electrical work. This commitment is backed by the strengthening policy environment, a new national framework aimed at increasing the participation of persons with disability in EPWP was officially launched on the 20th of November 2025. The National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is also developing a new operational model as part of the EPWP reform. The model allows EPWP participants to create digital CVs and link them directly to the job opportunities. Madam Speaker, or rather Speaker, previously poor transport policies have helped relieve households' financial pressures. The clearest example is the continuous allocation of the Public Transport Operation Grant. This grant increases by 3.5% from 810,600,000 in 2005-2026 to 840,300,000 in 2026-2027 financial year. The increment of 29,700,000 is meant to keep pace with inflation and fuel costs. The subsidy support approximately 140,000 commuters daily, helping connect people to jobs and services. Looking ahead, Honorable Speaker, our interim bus contracts are successfully transitioning into a transformative new era. Government is actively paving the way for a fully unified network that will soon integrate diverse public transport operators into a single, seamless system of mobility for all. Scholar transport and rural mobility forms part of government's anti-poverty intervention. The departments commit 533 million to transport more than 67,220 learners in this financial year. An investment of this scale demands the highest level of accountability. We insist on absolute integrity within our procurement system as we finalize the scholar transport tender. To guarantee total fairness and transparency, the department will implement rigorous oversight mechanism, strict compliance checks, and independent evaluation processes. Sabotaging the safety or transportation of our children is a direct attack on the future and the state. We will not tolerate corruption, collusion, or disruption. Any attempt to interfere with or corrupt the process will be met with the full might of the law. In rural transport, the department completed 6 integrated rural mobility and access projects, including new culvert bridges in Kwakafontein and Komazi, bridge replacement in Wandafontein, Sebi, Kachiban, Nokaneng, which is phase 1, and 3 bus shelters in Dahakral. Our IRMA priorities for the upcoming year include culvert in Komati village near Komati power station, footbridge in Mashishing. Alongside the IRMA project is the Welisizwe Rural Bridges program designed to dismantle high cost of living while breaking the cycle of rural poverty. By the end of 2025-2026, 7 modular steel bridges had been completed in Komazi local municipality, servicing Skoonsplas, Buffelspreit, Gap 1 and 2, Chepis Reef, Mchechane, and Shuzendal and Makokeng. Historically, this program has been constrained by intergovernmental coordination problems, procurement and material supply issues, limited contractor capacity, and difficult terrain and persistent rainfall. Mpumalanga has requested a strategic revision of the delivery of blueprint to strengthen implementation capacity and accelerate the delivery of this critical national infrastructure program. Also noteworthy is that there was no new grant funding received for 2026-2027. Consequently, the department has requested a 53 million rollover to complete the ongoing projects in Komazi, Bushbuck Ridge, and Chief Albert Luthuli municipalities. Honorable Speaker, passenger rail has a potential to tackle high cost of living and become a major poverty reduction intervention. However, Mpumalanga currently has no commuter rail network. The province's 2,233 kilometers rail infrastructure is currently controlled by Transnet Freight Rail and used solely for the freight such as coal, chrome, and iron ore. The appointment of 11 private train operating companies to access Transnet's freight rail network is a monument shift that directly impacts Mpumalanga's economy, roads, and mining sector. The province stands to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of this open access rail reform. Transforming this massive existing infrastructure from the freight-only network into a shared commuter asset requires bold action. Through PRASA Draft National Rail Master Plan, a major turnaround is underway. The public is encouraged to provide inputs on this plan that will be positioning passengers and the freight rail as the backbone of the country's transport ecosystem. Submissions are open until 22 July 2026. Mpumalanga transportation landscape is set for a major transformation with the proposal of 3 high-impact rail infrastructure projects: Gauteng to Mbombela, Mbombela to Metro Rail Development, and the Maputo corridors. These initiatives will boost regional connectivity, elevate commuter level, and accelerate economic growth across the vital trade corridors. Speaker, we have now successfully finalized and approved our new organizational structure designed specifically to streamline our operations and enhance service delivery. Critically, every structural change we have made seeks to make our service faster, more accessible, and profoundly impactful for the communities we serve. To fund this revised structure, we have adopted a phased-in recruitment strategy that will fill critical posts across the short, medium, and long term. To further strengthen our capacity, better serve our communities, we have successfully filled 149 key positions since last year. While we celebrate these vital additions to our team, 136 employees left through the natural attrition during the same period. To address this, we have adopted a replacement principle. Madam Speaker, I know that members are interested on this one. Furthermore, as part of our broader commitment to build internal capacity, we have systematically insourced core functions, beginning with the cleaning service, Honorable Sedibe. By transitioning these cleaning staff into permanent roles, this administration is actively creating decent work and providing greater long-term job opportunities. Speaker, we remain dedicated to building a truly inclusive and equitable workplace where every individual can thrive. We recognize that our strength lies in our diversity, and we are actively working to close the representation gap within our organization. Women currently occupy 40% of our senior management service position, and we are focused on implementing targeted advancement initiatives to reach the 50% equal goal. The main challenge remains at SMS level, where the representation of persons with disability currently stands at 0, while our department-wide figure of 2.13% also remains below the 4% national target. To build a stronger and more representative institution, we have advertised 192 positions during this financial year. This strategic wave of positions include crucial replacement, interim acting vacancies, and targeted re-advertisement. To sustain this workforce, the department maintains a strong developmental focus, committing at least 1% of the annual wage bill to train and develop initiative. It is against this understanding that we have strengthened our collaboration with the National School of Government to implement targeted training programs. These joint initiatives are going to enhance the skills and knowledge of our public servant. Honorable Speaker, a capable state demands more than skills public servant. It requires robust internal controls that respond directly to our operating environment and remain insulate from abuse. This is more important in procurement, which serves as a lifeblood of the department. When procurement functions with absolute integrity and a clear vision, it becomes a powerful engine for progress, equity, and provincial development. Crucially, we are vetting officials in high-risk zones like senior management and supply chain management to stop corruption before it starts. Last year, we dismissed an employee found guilty of fraud and corruption and subjected several officials to disciplinary hearings as part of consequence management. This decisive action signals to both our staff and the public that misconduct will not be tolerated. At this very moment, the Auditor General is auditing our department for the 2025-2026 financial year. Honorable Speaker, functional fleet is also crucial for the department to operate efficiently and cost-effectively. Without operational vehicles, the department cannot physically reach communities to implement its projects and programs. To drive this strategic focus forward, we successfully procured 20 additional graders during the previous financial year. This critical acquisition has accelerated rural roads maintenance and infrastructure development across all districts. Beneath the surface of these heavy-duty machines lies a deeper victory of our workforce. Every machine demands a skilled hand, and through our special allocation of 19.4 million, we are creating new employment and upskilling opportunities. Speaker, we will not allow criminal syndicates to compromise our vision or disrupt the essential services of our communities, which they rightfully deserve. The recent escalation in grader theft, particularly in Gersibande, has not weakened us. Our resolve, or rather, it has fortified us to do more. A new asset protection strategy is being implemented, combining revised protocols, real-time tracking, South African police service support, and links to rural camera networks built by farming communities. Fuel theft is also identified as a major problem in the department, with new audit controls, refueling technology, and disciplinary measures being introduced. Let the message ring out clearly and without ambiguity. Collusion between dishonest officials and corrupt service stations will be ruthlessly dismantled. Speaker, when we speak of building a truly capable state, we speak of a state that does not merely possess property but masterfully optimizes it. We no longer view our public asset through the restrictive lens of what they are, but through the visionary horizon of what they destined to become. Our mission is to convert underutilized liabilities into powerful socio-economic catalysts. By doing so, we will unlock vital revenue, uplift communities, drive economic prosperity, and ensure world-class service delivery. We are proactively pursuing the agenda through the disposal of redundant state houses. The first phase consists of the disposal of 171 houses, and to date, 100 tenants have indicated their intention to proceed with the discount terms approved by the Executive Council. Speaker, our march towards a modern, capable state hinges on accelerating our transition to an e-government ecosystem. This digital evolution is not merely about technological convenience. It is the primary engine driving our developmental mandate. However, we must ensure that this transformation remains inclusive, transparent, and structurally equipped to lift our people out of poverty and drive sustainable economic transformation across the province. In this context of public works, roads, and transport, this digital shift fundamentally alters how we build, connect, and move. We are permanently living behind the era of slow, paper-driven bureaucracy. We are advancing our efforts to introduce a multi-layered oversight and performance framework to guarantee substantial improvement in project management. Following our benchmarking exercise, we have decided to acquire and implement this proven infrastructure management system. The decision is based on technological benefits rather than cost. At the provincial level, the Provincial Treasury is championing the business automation program to modernize government operation, drive superior operational efficiency, ensure transparency, public governance, and guarantee efficient services delivery. Crucially to the success of this digital evolution is a dual focus on robust cybersecurity and sustainable investment. We are collaborating with the State Information Technology to ensure that our systems are secured and can be restored in the event of failure. Speaker, the 2026-2027 budget represents 179,800,000 or 3% increase compared to the 2025-2026 financial year. I now request this House to consider and approve for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport Vote 8, which is the following. Administration, it's 414,753,000 rands. Public Works Infrastructure, 1,062,759,000 rands. Transport Infrastructure, 2,870,771,000 rand. Transport Operation, 1,613,225,000 rand. Community-based program, 95,247,000. And in total, we request an approval of 6,056,755,000 rand. Speaker, this 6 million budget is not merely numbers, but a blueprint for economic renewal and solemn promises to our people. Every rand allocated here represents a road to be paved, a job to be created, and a community to be connected for greater opportunities. Let us look beyond our differences and unite behind this investment and transforming these figures into tangible progress that our citizens can see, touch, and feel. Today's pronouncement cannot be achieved by government alone, which is why I call upon all stakeholders all political parties, including community leaders, private sector partners, civil society, and our dedicated staff members to unite in executing this policy directive. Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our former head of department, Dr. Morolo, who has joined us today. On the 31st of May 2026, Dr. Morolo completed a career spanning approximately 16 years within the department. I hear colleagues are shocked. I'm calling him Dr. Morolo. He has just been recently conferred with his PhD. Under his stewardship, this department did not merely build infrastructure, we delivered state-of-the-art public infrastructure. Today, this department stands as a formidable force, with records confirming its status as the leading department in the sector. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Premier, Mr. Mandla Ndlovu, for entrusting me with this responsibility of leading this huge portfolio. It is a privilege afforded to few, and one that carries a profound responsibility, expectation, and accountability. I also extend my appreciation to my organization, the African National Congress, for the confidence it has always shown in me through this deployment. Furthermore, I want to take this opportunity to also thank my mother and my entire family who are here today. I know that she could not hear anything that I've said because of the level of education, but I will explain to her later. But I really appreciate, Mama, for you to be here. And the entire family, my mother-in-law, who's also here. Furthermore, I want to acknowledge the dedicated leadership and staff of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. And lastly, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to my wife, who's also here. Yeah, she's here.
Stand up, wife. Wife, stand up.
No,
and lastly, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is the speech of Public Works. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, honorable members and men in Jalusaswame. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC, for delivering a well coordinated and drafted speech, Isbali. I now call upon the Secretary to read the fourth order of the day.
Order number 4, consideration and debate on a report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works, Roads and Transport. Vote 8, Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport.
Thank you very much. I shall call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio on Public Works, Roads and Transport, Honorable S.M. Malipeng, to table the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works, Roads and Transport to table the report as read by the Secretary for consideration and debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before me, I have the speakers list to debate on this budget. I now invite the Honorable S.M. Malipeng from the ANC. You are allocated 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, honorable members of this distinguished, of this august house. Amakosi is led by Uhoshi Mukwena, the Melo Yellow team, Gupuyal Tuli, is led by the Honorable MEC and the acting HOD, the former HOD and his better half, distinguished guests and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to participate in this important debate on Budget Vote 8 of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. This department plays a critical role in the development of our province. Its mandate is to provide and maintain public infrastructure and transport systems that support economic growth, improve service delivery, and ensure safe and reliable mobility for all citizens of Mpumalanga. We are pleased to note that the department annual performance plan is aligned with the National Treasury Framework for Strategic Planning and Performance Management. Honorable Deputy Speaker, over the past year and over the previous months, our province, like many parts of the country, experienced severe rainfall and flooding. These weather conditions caused significant damage to public infrastructure, particularly roads, bridges, government buildings. The impact placed additional pressures on government resources and highlighted the urgent need for continued investment in infrastructure maintenance and rehabilitation. Despite these challenges, we welcome the department's commitment to infrastructure development. Investment in infrastructure not only improve the quality of public services, but also creates employment opportunities and supports the growth of local business and emerging contractors. Infrastructure remains one of the most effective tools for stimulating economic activity and improving the lives of our people. Honorable Speaker, we commend the MEC, Honorable Thulasizwe Thomo, for decisive response in addressing the conditions of our roads and for declaring war on potholes across the province. We particularly welcome the phased approach towards the rehabilitation of the Okonuk-Manyeleti Road, a project that is of great importance to local communities and the tourism sector. We further note that special maintenance work on Road D32932 between Tulamahashi and Manyeleti successfully completed in February 2026. The design process for Road D3930, stretching from Cottondale to the Manyeleti Gate, is currently underway. We welcome the department's commitment to completing the designs during the second quarter of the 2026-27 financial year, with procurement expected in the third quarter and implementation scheduled to commence in January 2027. We are also encouraged by progress made on the road between Karino and Tegwane North, where the damaged culvert was replaced during the 2025-26 financial year. Construction work is currently continuing under the City of Mbombela Municipality. Furthermore, we note the allocation for the design of Road D2962 and D2963 in Glenmore and Swallow's Nest during the 2026-27 financial year. These interventions is expected to commence in July 2026, subject to the completion and approval of the design process. Importantly, the department has allocated 149 million towards pothole repairs and related road maintenance programs across the province during the 2026-27 financial year. This investment demonstrates government's commitment to improving road condition and ensuring safer travel for all road users. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while we acknowledge these achievements, we remain concerned about the ongoing challenges relating to school safety and scholar transport. The safety of learners and educators must remain a priority. We therefore urge the department to work closely with relevant stakeholders to strengthen safety measures at schools and ensure that learner transport services comply with all regulatory requirements. We further call on the department to strengthen its vehicle inspection unit to ensure that all operators transporting learners possesses valid permits and operate roadworthy vehicles. The lives of our children cannot be compromised. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we remain confident that the department is under capable leadership.
We believe that Honorable MEC Tomo possesses the commitment and energy required to drive the department's programs and deliver meaningful improvement to the people of Mpumalanga. For these reasons, the African National Congress supports Budget Vote 8 and calls upon this House to adopt and approve the budget of the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the Honorable BJ Mkwebane, the advocate from MK Party. You are allocated 8 minutes.
Thokoza Deputy Somlomo. Ngilochise amakhosi akhona, ngilochise abafundisi, ngilochise abalaphi bendabuko abakhona. Simkhonto wesizwe sithi chebe chebe isichaba samandebele ngokulahlekelwa kumakhosoke wesibili, and simkhonto wesizwe sithi amakhosi siwabekela phezulu nabafundisi nabelaphi bendabuko ngoba bakhona ku constitution yomkhonto wesizwe siberegisana nabo khulu kwamambala. So ngizokuthoma ke ngokukhuluma ukuthi simkhonto wesizwe asisupporti ibudget le because the role of opposition is to hold the executive to account, scrutinize budget for irregularities, expose inefficiencies and corruption risk, highlight service delivery failures, and have a people-centered budget. Therefore, what I'm going to be saying here is because of our role as opposition to make sure that we identify weaknesses, gaps, so that we don't only clap hands, but we indicate what we feel on the ground. So what we are saying is, I speak today from N2, the R40 and the gravel road in Tahaskral, where the ambulance got stuck last week. Budget Vote 8 is not about tar and paint. It is about the life and death, jobs and dignity. This is the vote of a taxi driver, Emalahleni, who replaces 4 tires a month because of potholes. It is the vote of a scholar in Bushbuckridge who walks 10 kilometers on a muddy road to school. It is the vote of a mother in Nkomazi who died in an ambulance because the bridge collapsed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the MEC has tabled the billions of infrastructure budget, yet people travel on infrastructure of shame. The MK Party says the vote cannot connect our people. Then if the vote cannot connect our people, then this vote will be rejected and is rejected. Mpumalanga, our roads are killing the people. The R33, R38 and 4 and R40 are death traps. Potholes the size of a bathtub, no road markings, no signs. Those are the challenges we are speaking about, and we expect that they be dealt with so that we can say this budget is voting for it's indeed serving the people. Rural roads are even worse. Many have seen no tar for 30 years. Farmers cannot get crops to markets, and sick people cannot reach clinics. Children miss schools when it rains. Abantwana bakwazi ukuya esikoleni ama-farm school laba ba-attend isikolo ababuya emaplasini ngoba nalini izulu akunandlela bakwazi ukuya esikolweni. MK Party demands that the department end the patching of potholes, and after some few weeks then they go back to fixing the roads, and this is supporting the patching mafia, blacklist those contractors who deliver substandard work, and redirect construction to fund the local labor, and as well make sure that the proper monitoring of those contracts are done. So prioritize rural access roads. A gravel road graded every 3 months is better than a tar promise that never materializes. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Public Works is supposed to maintain state buildings, yet our clinics, schools, and police stations are falling apart, leaking roofs, non-flushing toilets, broken windows, and crack walls. In Komazi, the police station they work from containers, while Public Works pays rent for private office space owned by entrepreneurs. Esiabuswa, JS Muroka, there is a police station where police are working in a very horrendous environment where they have to transport prisoners bayo Valela Kwamhlanga and even other places because they don't have proper space. The property mafia is worse than the potholes mafias. The state pays for empty buildings, and we demand that there must be a state-owned property audit so that you know which buildings are owned by the state. But again, we are disappointed that there are various infrastructure programs like Imapula Learning Hospital. Till today is not finished. The High Altitude Training Center, Yatomanini, with the first premier was in Mpumalanga, till today is not finished. And there are libraries which are not completed. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture promised to finish 3 libraries, but only 1. Emamitlake, the library is not finished. And we hope that the Department of Public Works will take this very seriously. We are still saying, Deputy Speaker, that transport is the economy of the poor. Taxi drivers are harassed and operate on violent routes, yet government offers only more regulation, and safe taxi ranks are needed, yet government doesn't do that. And scholar transport is a crisis. Children in Marapiane and Kwagafontein are absent when it's raining. We know that Imuloto Road has been a death trap, and buses are overcrowded and roadworthy. And we know that parents are leaving at 4 a.m., coming back 10 p.m. That is still perpetuating the spatial planning of the apartheid system. And we know that if this government can also engage seriously to subsidize the taxis, we can make sure that people are transported in a very respectful manner. This government did a feasibility study years ago of a rail transport from for Muloto Road, but that was never followed up. I think it's high time that is looked into and how we can engage other stakeholders in that particular sector. So we are saying as Umkhonto Wesizwe, these are the issues we will reflect always, and we will never adopt just for the sake of adopting, but we are saying this needs to be, in conclusion, I would say Nelson Mandela said, open quote, it is always seems impossible until it is done. Fixing our roads is not impossible. What is missing is political will. Therefore, Umkhonto Wesizwe Party rejects this budget vote that funds consultants while roads are killing our people, buildings are a shame, and our workers are working in very inhabitable environment. Until a mother in Dachaskral can travel to hospital without fear, a child in Bushbuckridge can reach school without mud, and a worker in Emalahleni does not lose a tire to a pothole, this vote has failed. Honorable MEC, build roads to transport lives, and the people are watching. Build for them now.
Kulungile, Doctor. Kulungile. Izwakele. Yeah, iphelile English. Iphelele netla. Okay. I now invite Honorable Muela, the Deputy Chairs of Chairs. Your English start now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. Masango, the Honorable Premier of the Province, Honorable Mandla Pednin Ndlovu, Honorable Members of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, Kgoshi Mokoena, all Honorable Members that are here, Sanbonani. It is indeed a great honor for me to be accorded an opportunity to debate on Vote 8, Public Works, Roads and Transport. Let me dispense my assertion as shared by many who hold the conviction that the department is a game changer in our provincial infrastructure investment and development. It has done so in rhetoric, it has done so not in rhetoric but through practical implementation of infrastructure, which is evident to many of our people in the province. Deputy Speaker, our infrastructure delivery programs and project is predicted in addressing past injustices on equal access to social and economic amenities. Our conviction resonates from our long-held view as exposed in the National Democratic Revolution that in order to realize our democratic principles and values, we have to deracialize access to economic and social infrastructure. The responsibility bestowed to this department is characterized by two key important requisite delivery programs, which are the social and economic infrastructure. On social infrastructure programs, an assessment of the local communities must be made to determine the social needs and the local potential of the area. Through infrastructure investment, the social needs of the community should be addressed. This includes, of course, social upliftment programs, community development projects, and social infrastructure such as schools, clinics, libraries, recreational facilities, and etc. In conjunction with community members, local authorities and community-based organizations, infrastructure investment and development create sustainable social change in vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. In this regard, therefore, there are so many processes involved when embarking on infrastructure projects. For an example, we must comply with building standards and regulations, including your geotech assessment to understand the social and the soil texture and the type of foundation required to carry the anticipated load structure, to mention a few. The department has, in this sense, delivered a state-of-the-art schools which many of our communities can attest, and to this includes our boarding school, which today have addressed the plight of our children living on farm to avoid their marginalization and ensure that they receive quality education. Some of our schools have widely been built across the province. The department is, in this regard, has been a game changer in our province. Deputy Speaker, for our people to reach their maximum potential, a healthy community is one of the most that is needed in our communities. In this regard, the construction of our health infrastructure bears testimony. Today, our people can access our healthy, welcoming health environment in health infrastructures. Notably, it is the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport that has constructed several health facilities such as Yoganyamazane New Clinic, Bethel Hospital, and the currently constructed Mapulaneng Hospital, Middleburg Hospital, and many more, just to mention the few. Some, if not most of our infrastructure projects are multi-year, and there has evidently been positive spin-off such as job creation, local business beneficiation, and etc. However, we are cognizant of the construction mafias, and we call all upon law enforcement to do the right thing. Deputy Speaker, on economic infrastructure, we depart our understanding that our people have marginalized from participating in economic mainstream. We therefore remain resilient. We therefore remain resilient in our approach in all material times. I can confidently state that without any shadow of doubt, that we are moving swiftly in this regard, while we encourage our people to be involved in key provincial economic sectors such as agriculture. We have demonstrated our ability to ensure a conducive environment to this thrive. The construction of agri-hubs and international fresh produce market are some of the notable development. Deputy Speaker, our connectivity remains the key pillar in ensuring that people access economic and social amenities. The construction of our road remains one of our priorities to ensure economic growth, local beneficiation, and etc. In this province, we have one of the most beautiful road network on our national and provincial roads. We continue to ensure connecting our people and our province with other remain easy and other mobility is improved. This has been evident through
the completion and the completed construction on some of the interchanges on the N4 and current ones under constructions. Deputy Speaker, the department is critical for job creation and, of course, poverty alleviation. The department has created work opportunities through the expanded public works program. However, everything I have mentioned cannot be realized without the appropriation of the required financial resources. In closing, the key pillar of our democracy, we recognize the people because we are their agent. They are our principal. It is, therefore, the African National Congress that has managed to effect significant change in their lives if one compares the period pre-94 and post-1994. We are also aware of the counter-revolutionaries and those who stand to oppose the programs of the ANC, which is the National Democratic Revolution, because they don't want to see many people thriving and realizing their full potential, like the one that spoke before me. The ANC, therefore, remain the only beacon of hope to the people of South Africa and the province of Mpumalanga in advancing and realizing the National Democratic Revolution. As Nkwane Nkrumah once said, and I quote, "Those who judge us merely by their height we have achieved will do well to remember the depth from which we started." MEC Thomo, we are going to remember you from what we have started, from the depth from which we have started as the ANC-led government. MEC Thomo, you are doing well. You are a game changer to this department, and we are proud of you as the African National Congress. Keep on pressing forward. Don't lose hope. We know what we want to achieve as the African National Congress. The Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport is trying its level best to change the lives of our people. You are a game changer. We therefore support this budget, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And lastly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we need to further applaud the Honorable MEC for acknowledging his wife, because most of our honorable members, they don't acknowledge, they just acknowledge their families without acknowledging the wife. We therefore support this budget, and thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Keep well, Honorable Tom.
Okay. No, it's okay, Muela. That's my sister for you. Okay. Abadlala bona mkhali. Okay, now we call upon honorable members on the speaker's list. There is listed Honorable Ngwenya. There are changes. And then Honorable Mkabela will stand on behalf of Honorable Ngwenya. You may proceed, young lady.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to greet the chairperson of the Mpumalanga House of Traditional Leaders and President of Contralesa, Kgoshi Mokoena, and all traditional leaders present. Allow me also to greet the Honorable Premier and people of Mpumalanga. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF welcomes the progressive decision by the Department of insourcing the cleaners. We appreciate MECs and departments like PWRT who listens to EFF when advised. The EFF tabled the motion of insourcing the cleaners in this same house on the 2nd of June 2026, and the ANC rejected it, but the MEC took a correct decision out of political affiliation. Thank you, MEC Thomo, for your decisiveness. This is victory for the EFF. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we rise as the EFF to engage this budget vote of the Mpumalanga Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport with clarity, honesty, and without compromise. We rise as the voice of the landless, rural poor, the unemployed youth, the neglected masses in villages, and the forgotten children who travel long distances on unsafe roads just to access education. We have carefully studied and listened to the budget through the lived reality of our people in rural villages, in townships and in farms where young people wake up every day with no jobs, where roads are blocked, where our learners are taught under falling ceilings, and where the ANC-led government promises are never fulfilled. We acknowledge that there are areas of activity scholar transport is being provided to about 75,000 learners, including learners in special schools, and that must be recognized because it keeps children in school. We also note the ongoing road maintenance programs, the rehabilitation of key roads like the Akonok-Manyeleti corridor, the allocation of funds for potholes repairs, and interventions of flood-managed infrastructure, such as schools and roads. These are necessary interventions, and we do not dismiss them. We also know the department's maintenance programs, such as the Kupunyalu Tulu programs, the special maintenance program, the tourism road improvement program. These are just reactive programs. They respond to decay. They do not eliminate it. They maintain broken infrastructure instead of building a new infrastructure that resolves rural neglect. Year after year, new program names are introduced, but the lived reality of potholes and gravel roads remain unchanged. Honorable Speaker, we appreciate that the Honorable MEC has spoken about absorbing the EPWP's personnel who are currently now there and are earning less. We appreciate that you are considering to employ them permanently. At the same time, Speaker, we see reliance on tenders increasing while state capacity remains weak. Scholar transport is outsourced to private service providers. Major infrastructure projects collapse or stall while contractors face financial problems. This is mainly because your ANC-led government continues to depend on tenders instead of building its own capacity, which will lead to abolishing of tenders. We also cannot ignore the financial crisis in this department. Over 662 million is owed in municipal rates and taxes. That is not a small administrative issue. It is a reflection of poor financial planning and weak coordination between spheres of government. It shows a state that struggles to even meet its basic duties. We further note repeated delays and failures in key projects such as hospitals and public infrastructure, driven mainly by incompetent or financially unstable contractors, cash flow collapses, and frequent community disruptions. This is clear evidence that your government has outsourced critical development to unreliable service providers. The EFF must also remind this House that our founding principles are rooted in economic freedom in our lifetime, land expropriation without compensation, nationalization of strategic sector, building state and government capacity, which will lead to the abolition of tenders, and the creation of decent permanent jobs for our people. Against these pillars, this budget is not transformative. We are not here to oppose development. We are here to demand revolutionary development. Development that creates permanent jobs, not temporary EPWPs, like I've said, survival programs, development that builds state capacity, not dependency on contractors, development that ends spatial inequality, not maintains it through repeated maintenance budget. What is missing in this budget is a bold commitment, Honorable MEC. Despite these concerns, the EFF recognizes the positive measures contained in the budget and acknowledges the opportunity it presents to advance development, improve service delivery, and support vulnerable communities. We therefore support this budget, Honorable MEC, while calling on your government to strengthen its commitment to permanent employment creation, expand state-led infrastructure programs, absorb more young people into sustainable public sector jobs, and decisively address financial mismanagement and contractors' dependency. We support the budget in the interest of advancing the needs of our people, promoting economic transformation, and ensuring that the resources allocated contribute to a more just, equal, and prosperous society. We will continue to hold the executive accountable to ensure that this commitment translates into meaningful changes for our people. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Scaledi from DA. You are allocated 5 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet yourself, the Honorable Premier, and all the MECs that are present, and the honorable members. And also our Lekhosi ya rona, Kgosi Mokoena. Speaker, the MEC for Finance was correct to say that public works, roads and transport plays a vital role in delivering social and economic infrastructure for both communities and businesses. Yet the budget and its performance plan before us do not translate into the promise and the tangible promise that cuts costs for firms, unlocks new investment, and gives our people a modern integrated transportation system. At the heart of this vote lies a quiet fiscal crisis, a massive municipal rates and taxes backlog, and a growing scholar transport funding deficit. The committee reports record a total deficit or debt of 662.9 million in municipal rates and taxes, let alone the pending litigation against the state for potholes, etc. 496.4 million for the current year's funding shortfall and 166.9 million in unfunded or unpaid invoices from last year. At the same time, the public transport operations grant grows only modestly, while demand for transportation, scholar transport rises and costs increase. The department itself admits that budget pressures in transport operations, but yet there is no clear, dedicated recovery plan to close this gap. We are authorizing new spending while more than R500 million in municipal bills sits unpaid and thousands of learners rely on underfunded transportation systems. On any honest balance sheet, these are unfunded liabilities and deficit spending by stealth, pushing today's political comfort onto tomorrow's taxpayers, municipalities, and school children. On the performance side, accountability is being diluted. Program 3, Transport Infrastructure, has cut its indicators from 14 to 8, removing those linked to Welisizwe rural bridges, IRMA rural mobility, and contractor development from the APP, and relegating them to internal operational plans. Program 4 has dropped the indicator on vehicle kilometers, subsidized simply because the data is late, without an equally robust replacement. When you move key indicators out of the APP, you move them out of the direct scrutiny of this House. Communities can no longer easily see whether rural bridges are built, whether small contractors are empowered, or whether the public, including scholar transport, is becoming more reliable or more widely available. At the same time, big budget shifts are not matched by clear performance gains. Public works infrastructure budget increases, yet completed construction projects drop sharply. EPWP and community-based programs receive more money, but planned work opportunities, especially for the youth, women, and children with, or people with disabilities, actually decline, notwithstanding that we have an unemployment rate of 49.6% within this province. Investors will ask the obvious question: what have we delivered on time within budget that reduces risk for doing business in Mpumalanga? The reality of parliamentary village delays, bridge projects still in planning, and slow flood damage recovery plans do not match the rhetoric being an engine of economic and inclusive growth. Honorable Speaker, what is most concerning and disappointing is the lack of vision. Policy documents speak about safe, affordable, and integrated transport, but our plans remain overwhelmingly road-based. I've heard the MEC speak about the rail networks, but none of them are showing on their policy documents. There's almost no serious thinking about intermodal networks that link road and rail. Even though national policy is clear about public transport should be user-friendly, less environmentally damaging, and seamlessly integrated. Tourism is treated almost as entirely as a matter of tourist roads. Yet Mpumalanga is perfectly placed for scenic tourism routes where visitors can move through vast terrain by train, savor our natural beauty, and spend money in small towns along the way. An integrated road and rail tourism and commuter strategy would relieve pressure on our roads, cut heavy truck volumes on our corridors, and support scholar transport where rail is feasible. With that, I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, English India. Thank you. We now call upon Vern Weber. Yeah.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we rightfully expect from the MEC and his department to properly maintain our infrastructure. I am of the opinion that we do not provide the necessary funding for him to do so. If we compare the percentage that we allocate for the maintenance of our infrastructure in Mpumalanga, if we compare that to what other provinces do in this respect, we are lagging behind, especially the Western Cape, who are allocating something like 7 to 8% of their budget to the maintenance of infrastructure, and KZN allocating something like 6% of their budget to the maintenance of infrastructure. We in our province are sitting about at 4%. I strongly advise that we rectify the situation for the MSc of Public Works and his department to properly maintain our infrastructure. I so move. Thank you.
That was quick. Thank you. We now invite Honorable Mashiane from Action Next Day. 3 minutes. Usuke wathepa kiyo. Usuke wazama. Thank you. You may proceed.
Honourable Speaker, Action SA has carefully considered Budget Vote 8 for the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. The department has been allocated 6.056 billion for the 26-27 financial year, an increase of 3% from the previous year. Infrastructure remains one of the most important drivers of economic growth, service delivery and job creation, and we welcome this investment. Action SA also wishes to commend the MEC and the department for the completion of the Mkondo Boarding School MEC at last. While long overdue, its completion is a positive development for learners and communities who have waited many years to see this facility delivered. Honourable Deputy Speaker, while progress has been made, the department continues to face challenges relating to project delays and implementation timeframes. Too often, this legislature and its portfolio committees are presented with explanations ranging from budget constraints, contractor challenges, to work stoppages and external dependencies. The people of Mpumalanga are no longer interested in those excuses. They want projects completed and services delivered. We welcome the allocation of 149 million towards potholes repairs and regraveling. However, the department continues to face a municipal rates and taxes backlog of 496.4 million, which places pressure on infrastructure maintenance, particularly in rural areas where road connectivity remains essential for access to schools, healthcare facilities, and economic opportunities. The Parliamentary Village project is also continues to attract public attention. While progress has been made, the project has faced contractor challenges, work stoppages, site disruptions, and allegations of vandalism and criminal interference. Action SA welcomes the MEC's decision to openly confront these issues. Criminal elements cannot be allowed to hold public infrastructure projects hostage while communities wait for services. We therefore expect the Department of Community Safety to prosecute, to remove these people from the project. For this reason, Action SA will support the budget, but we will continue to exercise oversight to ensure that infrastructure investment translates into tangible benefits for the people of Mpumalanga. I thank you.
Stowaza. I now invite Honorable Skwakwa from the ANC. You are allocated 8 minutes, young blood.
Motlatsa Seboledi se Shlomphegaro, Tonakgolo Mohlomphegi Mandla Ndlovu, Maloko Kgotla Phetiši, Maloko a Hlomphegaro a Lekgotla la Molao, Mopresidente wa Lekgotla la Baetapele ba Setšo ba Afrika Borwa Kgoši Mokoena, Maloko a Setšhaba gare go Lekgotla la Molao, baeti ka moka ba laleditšwego ke a le dumediša ka moka. Motlatsa Seboledi se Hlomphegaro ke rata go leboga sebaka se ke filego sona go emela mokgatlo wo bušago wa African National Congress go tšea karolo go dingangišano tša kabo ya ditšhelete. The department's mandate is derived from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa exclusively to provinces as well as functional areas that share concurrent responsibilities as outlined in Schedule 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, subject to the provision of Schedule 4 in respect of the needs of the provincial government departments, and the department discharge its responsibility to administer the function specifically assigned to them in terms of the Constitution. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Mpumalanga Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport is responsible for providing, maintaining and managing provincial public infrastructure, building portfolios in integrated transport system. The ANC manifesto has placed the responsibility to Honorable MEC Tomo to ensure that our policy position find expression in the department. Our expectations from the budget vote are aligned with the expectations of the citizens of this beautiful province of the rising sun. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we anticipate a comprehensive and a substantive budget presentation that will address the following. As an implementing agent of mega infrastructure for other departments, the department carries a huge responsibility in ensuring that it equally delivers on infrastructure and asset management strategy that is maintained. Address the department's regulatory framework, project maintenance management, and its ability to combat corruption and ensure value for money in infrastructure projects. Repurpose old government buildings and infrastructure, for an example, Elijah Mango and others. Infrastructure development in rural areas, township, and stimulate economic activities and job creation opportunities. Construct equality and safer roads to prevent fatalities. Construction of world-class road infrastructure network linking with our township rural communities, the Kruger National Park, and our neighboring countries. Upgrading, repairing, and resurfacing provincial roads network, more importantly, attend to potholes after heavy rains. Construct and maintain bridges and culverts to ensure safe travel. Put up measures in the construction industry that will promote transparency, prevent corruption, and ensure accountability in the handling of public funds. Measures that address extortions by construction mafia challenges in the construction sector. This group typically invade construction sites, demand money, or stake in the proceeds of the project in the return for the protection fee. Such act delays development and deprives our communities to access to much needed amenities. Avail resources, especially the yellow fleet, for regular maintenance of gravel roads linking villages. Continue to regulate our transport system by enforcing road safety regulations, monitor vehicle compliance, and promote road safety awareness. Planning and coordinating safe, reliable, and affordable public transportation, including buses and minibus taxis, since there has been a huge increase in transport fares due to the conflict in the Middle East. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department, as an implementing agent and of other departments, it has constructed a number of projects, which includes the following. It has built a state-of-art hospital, CHC clinics, libraries, schools, and boarding schools. It has upgraded, repaired, and surfaced roads networks within the province, and the work is currently underway in all regions throughout the province. The strengthening of our traffic law enforcement department is ongoing through the training of new recruits of traffic colleges. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department has experienced some delays in completion of certain projects due to the extortionist and construction mafias blocking progress. We can report that collaboration with our sister department, DCSSL, the issue of construction mafias and extortionists are being addressed. We call upon the department to prioritize the upgrade of Umlumati Bridge when they refurbish the remainder of the road D2943 mentioned above. Despite the challenges mentioned by the department, the mitigating factors will be implemented in addressing these challenges. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, this month we honor the courage of the youth of 1976 who stood tall for dignity for a black child. Their protest wasn't just against Africans, it was a demand for a future where opportunities exist for young people. We also remember President Peter Mokaba, a fearless youth leader and a symbol of resistance. Reminds us that young people have always led the change for themselves. Their legacy isn't just memory, it's a call to stay bold and keep building the South Africa that they demand of. Department under the capable MEC Tomo continues to upgrade and construct public infrastructure to improve the living standards and to restore the dignity of our people in the province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC moves for the adoption and approval of the tabled budget by the Honorable MEC Tomo. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now take this opportunity and invite the Honorable MEC Usbali to come and respond.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity once more. Maybe firstly, let me start by responding to the members of the African National Congress, and of course, end with my fellow opposition members. Honorable Malapeng, as the chair of the Portfolio Committee, I really want to appreciate on behalf of the department all the issues that you have raised. Of course, we are quite cognizant of the challenges that we are confronted with. You have raised a very important and fundamental matter, especially as it relates to scholar transport, which of course was raised by a number of speakers. We are in a process of reforming scholar transport and correcting, or rather redressing, the imbalances of the past as it relates to scholar transport. That is why we are extremely thorough in this process. The procurement processes of this tender are at an advanced stage. We are now subjecting this process to a probate process for us to do a thorough quality check in order for us to be able to ensure that we appoint credible service providers that are going to provide transport that is of the required standard. So we are giving attention to that, Honorable Chair, and all members that have spoken to this. Honorable Moela, thank you very much. We are going to surge on as the department, but safe to note that in order for us to restore or rehabilitate the entire provincial network of our roads, we require at least approximately 36 million, which is something that is extremely far from us getting it, given the state of the economy of the country. But of course, working together with Sanral, we really think that we're going to be fine. Honorable Skwakwa, thank you very much for the input. And you are a member, of course, of this portfolio committee. You understand that on a daily basis, which challenges we're confronted with and what is it that we're doing. And we really appreciate the confidence. Coming probably to Honorable Mkabela from the EFF, I think I need to clarify just two things. It must not be seen, or rather be, we live here with a misconception that the insourcing of cleaners, it's a victory of the EFF. We were already at an advanced stage as cabinet. The Premier gave me a clear directive to say, do an insourcing. And that is where we are. It's the victory of ESCO and the ANC. So even the Premier at SOPA, he did speak about this, that this is a directive that is giving us. So cleaners are going to be absorbed out of what the ANC has proposed. Then the last issue which I want to clarify, Honorable Mkabela, or I'm being disrupted, Speaker.
Yeah, just a second. Take a seat, Span.
Oh.
Yeah, take a seat. Okay. Oh, Honorable Sidibe, take a seat. Take it easy. It's okay. Look, honorable members, anyone can say anything. As long as you have not tampered with my mic, you are not talking to me. Right? But you are conversing loud. So please, can you continue English or your vernacular where you are seated? It is disrupting the speaker on the podium. Wait. Honorable, may you take a seat? Yes, you may rise.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I will not call you Madam Speaker because that's an insult or another definition of your other life. Now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the MEC is thoroughly out of order. Thoroughly out of order because the ANC that is referring to rejected this motion of the EFF here on the 2nd of June. And it is not the ANC that supported this motion. It is him and his department. So he must not put the ANC because it's on record rejecting this motion.
Okay.
So we appreciate him and the department because they took the advice of the EFF. Thank you very much, MEC.
Okay. Just wait, MEC. Just a second. No. I take note of what you're saying. But then the motion stands on a particular rule. And a process that the MEC spoke about is responding on what the department was deposited with in terms of progress. So now the order does not find expression. Continue, MEC.
No, thanks, Speaker. Another misconception that I don't want us to live with here is that in the speech I've announced that we're going to appoint EPWP. That is not a part of the speech. I did not say that, so I thought I should just correct that, Honorable Mkabel. But we are in agreement, of course, with yourself to say there are certain services that we need to ensure that we abolish them, especially on tenders. We've started in the previous financial year to insource scholar transport monitoring. So it is part of our ongoing process of abolishing tenders. That is why we even now advertise these vacancies of 192. So we are there in agreement with you. Honorable Skalidi, you are an engineer by profession. That's what you told me. And you told this house that you are
Speaker,
an intellectual.
leave the WhatsApp chatting. We're at work, man.
No.
I've been raising my hand here.
No, just wait.
No, we are busy WhatsApping there. What's that?
Take a seat, MEC.
Why at work here?
Take a seat. MEC, take a seat quickly. No, wait. Look, I'm writing here, honorable members. And if my writing affects you...
What are you writing? Because you must chair the meeting. You must officiate.
No, I'm writing
Why?
what members are saying.
Don't be emotional.
Since when
You
are
are
you
running
writing?
incorrectly, my person. Don't be emotional.
Don't sleep on duty. It's wrong.
Come, Honorable Stephen, what's your point of order?
Well, it's not the precisely point of order. MEC, I rise once again to appreciate the abolition of tenders as the EFF policy. We are online, MEC. Thank you very much.
All right. No, that was not a point of order. Yeah. No, remember, honorable members, we must also take some short commercial breaks. I think Honorable Stephen is doing well today. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was actually responding to what Honorable Skalidi said. He came here, proclaimed himself as a proclaimed intellectual, but he failed to grasp key issues. The key indicators are dictated by the national department, which is the sector, and I thought that is just common sense and common understanding. And whereas the department that is adopting or giving us directive on these key performance indicators, it's public work and infrastructure, which is led by a DA minister. So I thought he would probably in their meetings have a grasp of some of these things. So maybe probably we'll need to take some time and probably school him on some of these things. But we're in agreement with yourself, especially as it relates to issues of rates and taxes. And you understand the posture and the stance of the department. The department is currently engaging with municipalities and we have arrangements, especially with the Bushbuck Ridge municipality. We're in talks in terms of how we can pay them on the monies that we are owing. Honorable Weber, we really appreciate your consistency. Of course, in order for us to restore infrastructure, we need more money, particularly as it relates to road infrastructure. We really appreciate your consistency as it relates to that. Honorable Mashiane, Mkondo Boarding School, of course, you were pushing us and doing oversight on us, and we really appreciate that we achieved all these targets working together with yourself. Of course, we are working towards completing the parliamentary village as we speak. Yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, unfortunately, we received news that there was a theft that happened there of cable and some air conditioners. Securities were beaten by those thugs, but we registered the case with the South African Police Services, and we had a meeting with the South African Police Service, especially as it relates to some infrastructure that are being attacked. Lastly, it's Honorable Mkhwebane. Honorable Mkhwebane, I think you are not staying here in Mpumalanga. The N2 is currently under construction by Sanral as we speak. As we speak, towards advanced stages, as we speak, from Emelo to Mkondo. And we even spoke about this. Sanral is investing a lot of money. The R40, as we speak, Sanral, they are here. They are busy with plans and rehabilitating the R40. So you are not in Mpumalanga. I think you are elsewhere. We are still left at national. So bring your mind here. High altitude, libraries are funded by the sister departments. Tine were just an implementing agent. And that is something which you need to understand as a former custodian of the Constitution. Lastly, we also need to take you through, Honorable Mkhwebane, and it's really disappointing that we are speaking to a person that has served in the high echelons of power of this country, that you fail to understand that police stations are a responsibility of National Department of Infrastructure, not provincial. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes. Honorable members, that concludes. Yeah, no, that concludes the
But
debate.
Ngan, that was disrespectful.
Okay, first.
Point of order.
You can't be
point
clapping
of order.
hands. That
Yeah,
was
just wait.
disrespectful.
Point of order.
Honorable members.
That is disrespect, Honorable
Honorable
Tom.
members.
Remain and with people are clapping hands
Just wait.
loud.
Just wait.
Women clap.
Just wait, honorable members. Just wait. Yeah, just wait. Let's come back. All right, honorable members. I noted you, Honorable Skaledi. I have to finish first the program. Yeah. No, Honorable Kibi, don't do that. Honorable Kibi, don't do that. Kibi, don't do that. Yeah, take it easy. It's okay. Kibi, don't do that. Okay. No. Honorable Kele, you have raised your hand. Just wait a bit. Honorable Skaledi, what is the hand rising for? The MEC is down speaking.
No, not a problem. The MEC can be down, but we'll rise him up again. Speaker, that's what he said. It's not me. How?
Yeah.
Speaker, yes,
yeah,
I just want, on a
your
point of correction, Speaker, we are not allowed to mislead the House. The point that the Honorable MEC had spoken about, that it is the custodians of national SEPs, it is incorrect. There are many reports that speak to 37 devolved police stations that are under the custodian of the province. So there's a distinction between that. So I just want to correct that. If he doesn't know, he must ask is custodian department right next door. There's 37 out of the 90, 37 that is under the province. So we cannot have misleading statements.
Okay.
It comes from the PC's office.
Thank you very much. Yeah, honorable members, we need to exercise patience amongst each other, irrespective of how we feel about the item. We do have a process of questions and oral responses, members. There, we are actually giving it to you explicitly enough according to the rules that any MEC can answer any in line with that rules. Give that provision. Okay. So I think for now, Honorable Kelly, you raise a hand. What is your English of a neck all about?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is proper ukuthi there must always be decorum in the House. And when Honorable MEC attack Honorable Scarlett by making an assertion that he said he is an engineer, and it was not on his statement. Now, this creates the animosity because we will respond back. Then it will create in order. We are requesting humbly the attack that it was uttered to Honorable Mkhwebane. We hear it. If you are saying she's not residing in the province, while she resides in the province, you see, we want to speak.
Wait, Honorable, wait.
So these are things, we are making a request.
Wait, take a seat. Okay, honorable members, it's good that in Fuga Umoya Wok debate, wait, put your hands down. It's good that in Fuga Umoya Wok debate, now, I've given you a latitude to say what.
What item are you in?
Yeah, I'm clarifying that. Just so Stephen, Honorable Stephen,
I want to help you, Deputy.
To some of us, it's a Friday.
Yeah, don't do that.
You still have to travel to go and bury the king.
Switch off your mic.
Yes.
Honorable members, I thought that there are issues, and when we are all here, we are treating each other and giving each other a latitude. I have made a ruling when I was responding to Honorable Scarlett around these issues, and I gave a direction, what give provision. And I strongly feel that, honorable members, the item at hand.
Speaker. Close the meeting.
You like explaining.
The real speaker is coming back.
The problem with you like explaining. Don't explain. You have ruled. Follow the order paper.
Before the House,
you can't rule twice.
The question before the House is whether we agree to adopt a report
we adopted already.
By Honorable Malipeng.
Agreed.
So agreed. Okay. Now, honorable members, that brings the conclusions of the business of the day, and all members are requested to remain standing, and the House is adjourned until Thursday, the 18th June, 2026, 9 o'clock, in the very same chamber. Thank you very much.
Ungasala ke wena uhlale thina sihambe la. Angisuyijoyela isitulo.